Hey, welcome back, Ta. For a special program? I need to do my dailies real quick. How many wishes do I have for Baiju? I still gotta claim wind tray stuff. I got 124, so let's see. 90, 100, 10, 20, 30. Oh gosh, I need my luck back on Genshin. You know, I have so many characters level 40. Right now, today I'm trying to get like a lot of characters to 60, and if we get through that fast, then I'll go for 70, and just do talents different day. Alright, let's talk to Anna. Alright, so since it's a long stream, I'm not gonna read her stuff out loud. I'm just gonna quickly get it done. So we got a long day on Genshin. Alright. Alright. Whew, at least no tower ones today, thank gosh. I went to the wrong spot, didn't I? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I commissioned early. Oops. Oh, it's been a while since I've been in this location a bit.
Let it rain. Frostbite. Dodge this. With the wind.
No escape. That's cheating.
Wind blade.
On the bright side, I mean, you got stuff for Welt. Because Welt needs pioneers. Yangqing needs pioneers, so if you get Yangqing, you got stuff ready for Yangqing. Because Yangqing needs pioneers, Dr. Ratio needs pioneers. There's a lot of characters, plus there's more characters coming out, so more people will need pioneers. I'm gonna just man, the disrespect! What'd he do to you? Dang! You really gonna do that to the precious baby? Jingle One will hunt you down for that disrespect on his son. And I can't believe you said that about Yangqing because he's voiced by your favorite VA. Did you forget? Yangqing's voiced by Dia. So, like, dang. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm messing with you. I'm done. I'm done playing. I'm done. I'm done messing with you.
Surrender and I'll be gentle. Come a little closer.
No one escapes my sights. I'll race you there.
Disappear. Wind blade. Oh, so sorry. Freeze.
Let it rip.
I'm just quickly trying to take care of missions so I can level up my other characters. Right now, we're gonna focus on the baby characters, my 40s, and get everyone to 60. And then I'll focus on my 60 characters to 70. Or maybe I should just go ahead and do that now. We'll go through the characters once I'm done with commissions. Alright, last one is Eye of the Storm. Then we'll talk to Catherine. Remember, no co-op today, guys, because I'm going to probably use my resin for bosses in case I don't have enough. Yeah, I'm making sure my co-op is off. I'll do the event survey tomorrow. I'm gonna be doing a short stream anyway. I was hoping to freeze it.
Yep. Let's spark things up. You've been a naughty boy.
Alright, let's talk to Catherine. Once I get my characters leveled up to at least 70, I'm gonna start getting people back to doing friendship grinding. And I think I want to do more than one character at a time, so I might end up having just like... sometimes it drops an artifact. Like, sometimes it drops an artifact, and sometimes it don't. It just depends.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. Thank you for completing today's commissions. Here is your reward.
I think they're
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild.
I guess the reason why they don't is because it's a storm. It's not a creature. So what would what would a storm need with objects? Like, I think the only reason why it has an artifact is probably it picked it up somewhere and it was just filing around. But yeah, otherwise, you know, all it is kind of wind. Alright, dailies have been claimed. Okay. No, unfortunately, I'm not new. Yeah, I'm definitely not a new player. I've been playing this game since 2021. Man, I'm going for Baiju. I'm so nervous because I'm 50-50 again. But I'm not going to pull until like 1 day left. Man, I gotta farm not violet grass, that enemy, the Baptist enemy, so he'll be the first, I think Baiju will be the first character I need to actually farm that enemy for. I think. I'm trying to get my 40 characters to 60. The level, and hopefully Navia, Cloud Retainer. I'm not gonna be able to level her up because I need to farm her boss and the rock stuff for her. Real quick though. No, wait. Actually, hold on. Let me get away from this because I'll use him for like energy recharge stuff. I will say I need to check talents for my 60 characters real quick. Okay, right here's a good spot. All right. All right, let's see. All right, so I have only 4 characters that are 50. So I'll level them up to 60. I think I think I need to do talent stuff for my level 60 characters. So I could do that real quick. We'll go through voice lines first. Everyone after Farina that I got, I think I need to cover voice lines for. The rest, maybe 1 or 2 new voice lines. I have so many level 40s. Yeah, I want to get my 50 characters to 60, And then I'll focus on my 40 characters because I have so many 40 characters because I want to try and get them to 60. Yeah, so Alilyah and Cloud Retainer, I'm probably not going to be able to level up today. Probably same for Gami because I don't have enough crab drops. I farmed enough for like Lenny, and then that was it. So these three at the bottom will have to be a different day. But I'm hoping, because if I use my resin, if I run out of boss drops, I can hopefully get Navia leveled up at least today. Because everyone else, like I farmed bosses for enough to get them to at least 70, hopefully. But for now, my goal is just get them to 60. To get the characters to 70 will be a different day. Or, I might just get like, I might get Lenny and Frimine to 70. Because I got them with 16 artifacts and they're decently built. So, and probably like Nuvla and Farina. Like Archons, I'll get, and Sino. So there's gonna be a few characters I'm probably gonna keep going with 70. If we still have time before going through everything. Alright, let's check voice lines real quick. So let's start with Ether because I have a like Fontaine stuff, so. Ooh, actually, hold on. Drink break. So yeah, voice lines shouldn't take too long. Okay. I want to do all the elements for Ether, but that will be when like I only have to focus on Cloud Retainer and Alilyah. Then I can like focus on the other elements for Ether. So unfortunately, I won't be switching any elements off on Ether today.
Whoa, healthcare is free in Sumeru?
Are you feeling unwell, Paimon?
No, not right now. Thanks for asking, though. Eating the street food on every corner has never sounded so tempting.
Your stomach is gonna punish you for that.
If so, Paimon will go see a doctor and get treated. It's all for free. It'd be a waste not to take advantage of this, don't you think?
Maybe, but then again, the treatment would likely include a restricted diet.
Oh no! So no more delicious food then?
That, plus the doctor would make you take the most bitter-tasting medicine ever.
Oh, okay. Maybe Paimon needs to reconsider this idea. So many people in Sumeru want to become scholars. Motivated by this ambition, they all study really hard to try and achieve it. But Paimon bets that the first ever scholar didn't set out to become a scholar. So what do you think the first ever scholar's ambition was?
Probably to get their research paper written as quickly as possible.
Huh? But isn't a scholar's ultimate goal supposed to be pursuing the highest and greatest knowledge or something? Paimon's sure that it must have been because of a fervent desire for knowledge that they became Sumeru's first true scholar.
Writing papers is how you pursue knowledge.
But what about when it's the highest and greatest knowledge of all?
Even then, if you wanted to prove it, you'd need a research paper. And after that, you'd need to start working on another paper to validate your original thesis.
Okay, Paimon's got it. Come on, don't look so sad. It's not like you have to worry about writing papers yourself. You've never had to write a paper before, right? Paimon wants to go visit the Immorta scholars.
When did you become such an avid student, Paimon?
Well, Paimon heard that the Immorta scholars' research is all about nature. Which means they must have to research which animals are edible and which ones taste the best. And that kind of thing. Paimon thinks it'd be really fun to help them out with their research.
In other words, you've got a craving for some tasty organic dishes.
No, Paimon genuinely thinks that it's a really meaningful research topic and wants to help out.
Well, in that case, I think the Immorta scholars might be more interested to find out about Paimon's species and behavioral patterns.
Gee, is that the time? Paimon just remembered we have something else more important to do. Sumpter bees are adorable. Paimon likes how the people who keep them give them each a special name based on their most distinctive traits.
For all we know, the Sumpter beasts might be giving each of us a name in return. Maybe that's how they respond when we call their name.
Really? So what kind of name do you think they'd give us?
Moo.
How is anyone supposed to understand that?
A rough translation would be vociferous, pestiferous, molliculus, niveus, microbipedal. That's the scientific name, of course.
Oh? What would the common name be then?
Noisy two-legged critter.
Hey, why keep only the negative traits?
Oh man, I love the Paimon Ether interaction.
There are 6 Darshans in Sumeru. Ooh, it would be cool if Paimon had her own Darshan too. It'll be called Paimonology.
What wisdom would Paimonology stand for?
Practical wisdom for everyday life.
So Paimonology scholars would specialize in the art of cooking slimes in 100 different ways, never letting a single Mora escape their grasp, giving people ugly nicknames, etc.?
Whoa, you read Paimon's mind! Also, don't forget how to become the best travel guide in Tibet. Oh, this is a fantastic idea! Come on, let's go submit a Darshan application to the Academia! From this day on, you'll be the Grand Sage of Paimonology!
I'd like to decline the honor, please.
Did you know that there are all kinds of strange shroomkin in Sumeru?
Oh yeah, here's a fun one. Legend has it there were some forest boars who couldn't live without mushrooms, and the two species gradually formed a symbiotic relationship with each other. Now they're known as shroom boars.
Whoa, that's a lot like us. Paimon can't live without you either.
If you can't live without me, that means I'm the shroom and Paimon's the...
Boar! Hey, wait a second! The residents of the Grand Bazaar are all so talented. They sell their own woven goods, beautiful vases and jars, and delicious-smelling spices that make Paimon's tummy start rumbling. And they all sing and dance really well. Paimon wishes she could do that.
Well, if you're serious about it, there's no reason you couldn't learn.
What? Really?
Well, for starters, you have a natural advantage when it comes to dancing. You won't trip over yourself, or accidentally step on someone else's foot.
Oh yeah! Paimon always forgets how useful flying can be. Alright then, let's go boost a move at the Grand Bazaar and watch everyone shower Paimon with admiration.
Aha. So that's what this is about.
People in Sumeru seem to take divination and fortune-telling pretty seriously. For starters, there's astrology, although only the scholars get to practice that. But ordinary citizens have their ways too. They can do divinations with just a cup of coffee.
It's the nation of wisdom, after all. It seems like people have an insatiable curiosity to learn about everything, including their own future.
Paimon heard that they can tell your fate just by looking at the bottom of a finished cup of coffee. Sounds way easier than climbing to the top of a tower and staring at the stars all night.
Oh, so you're interested in learning your fate now?
Yeah, although Paimon's really more interested in finding out what the coffee tastes like. Khadivan and Nisa kept talking about poor Biruni this and poor Sina that. Why do all these words have poor at the front?
Well, per means descendant, and also student. So in this case, they're referring to themselves as the children and students of the great sages of old.
Huh. So that's what it means. From the way they were throwing these words around, Paimon was sure it'd be something to be proud of.
Wait, but isn't it?
Well, Paimon for one would much rather be known as the founding father than have a name that basically says, so-and-so's my daddy. Pretty embarrassing, don't you think?
I have to admit, I've never thought about it like that.
It's not only Sumeru locals at the academia, huh? There are students from other nations, too. Imagine leaving your hometown behind and traveling to a faraway and unfamiliar land in the pursuit of learning. How inspiring.
We travel to unfamiliar lands pretty often, too.
Huh. You're right. That means we're also super inspiring.
Not in the pursuit of learning, though.
Oh, so we're not as inspiring as the students after all. But we do know the best places to eat in Sumeru and who you can rely on to help you out. That counts as knowledge, right?
Yeah, and to many people, it could be extremely valuable knowledge.
Great! So we're just as inspiring as them after all. The whole of Sumeru City is built on top of a giant tree. How amazing is that? We've seen lots of incredible trees on our journey, haven't we? There's our old stomping ground at Windrise, the frost-bearing tree on Dragonspine, and the sacred sakura on Inazuma. Sumeru's tree doesn't seem to have a fancy name, though. People just call it the Divine Tree.
Sometimes the most important things have the simplest names.
Really? Maybe you have a point. Long names would be kinda inconvenient if you had to say them every day. Anyway, people in the city only have to say down below, and everyone knows they mean the bottom of the tree. What's that saying again? Names aren't things themselves, they're just words for things.
So is Paimon just a word for a thing, too?
Yeah! Kinda. But, wait, no! Paimon is just Paimon. So, with Sumeru having so many scholars in different darshans, do you think they end up arguing a lot? You know, just like the rivalry between Lee cuisine and Yue cuisine in Liyue.
I'm sure they do. Conflict between different schools of thought is the most normal thing ever. As the Liyue martial arts novels say, wherever there are people, there will be conflict.
Wow, what a line! That's heavy. But the scholars in Sumeru probably don't duel like Liyue martial artists, right?
Maybe they settle things with a game of Genius Invocation, TCG.
Oh, good point! A duel of wits. Paimon can just imagine it. When one scholar can't convince another in an argument, he takes out his deck of cards, calmly sits down opposite his opponent, thinks for a moment, and then secures his victory!
That does sound like something that would happen in Sumeru.
The game ends, and the winner says, game as a sign of respect to his opponent. After that, both sides are back on good terms.
Saying that would probably only escalate the conflict.
Huh? Why? Whew. Port Ormos definitely has a different vibe to Sumeru City. It's a bustling area and there's so many Outlanders. Plus, no one needs to spend all their time buried in their studies, which is nice.
Yes, but that's why they end up being disciplined by the port authorities. So you see, Paimon, if you don't study hard, you'll end up just like them.
Oh. Wait, what was that tone of voice for? Port Ormos is built on the ruins of the fortress of the Alliance of the Alliance of something, anyway. The name's too long. Paimon can't remember it. Anyway, that's what all the bookish people in Sumeru say.
Oh, you mean the Alliance of the 29 Ocean Days? Apparently, the Alliance was formed by a bunch of arrogant pirate leaders, none of whom wanted to work for any of the others. They fought and looted each other constantly, causing endless chaos in coastal Sumeru. Finally, one day, they decided to enter into an alliance with one another and divide power equally between themselves. The members of the alliance were called Days.
Oh, and so after that, there was no more fighting and no more stealing, so everyone could get along happily and make a boatload of war together. Right? Right?
Well, presumably that's what they were hoping.
Huh?
Before long, they were forming factions again, and the infighting between them escalated into the biggest internal battle they'd seen yet. Their fortress at Port Ormos was completely destroyed, and all the Days were done for.
What?
Following that, an unprecedented period of peace finally came to Port Ormos, and the area began to develop into what we see today.
Huh. So the Alliance was just a bunch of dumb bad guys. Sino's super into that card game, Genius Invocation TCG, isn't he? Doesn't it seem kind of weird for the General Mahamatra to be into playing cards?
Not when you consider his hairstyle.
Huh? What has his hairstyle got to do with it?
When you're playing a card game, the fancier your hairstyle, the more distracting it is for your opponent. What's going on with this guy? How did he manage to shape his hair like that? When your opponent's mind is consumed with thoughts like this, you'll quickly gain the upper hand.
Really? Then we better think twice before playing against him.
I don't know. I think I might just have an advantage over him.
But you don't have a fancy hairstyle at all. And your clothes look pretty normal, too.
But I do have Paimon. You know, he'd be like, what's up with this guy? And what's that pesky flying companion of his up to? As long as you're floating by my side, Sino's mind will be consumed with thoughts like this. I, on the other hand, would be completely unfazed by his hairstyle, so I'd be able to focus, and victory would be mine.
Forget it. If you want to play cards, go get a funny haircut.
Oh my god. Oh, you gotta love the Yu-Gi-Oh reference.
The Seabird's Great Detective Herlock series is going to be published by Yai Publishing House, right?
Seems like it.
But the Seabird clearly doesn't need help with printing and distribution. Why don't they just publish it themselves?
You still have a lot to learn about the dark side of the publishing industry.
Ugh. Okay, you know it all. Go on then. Give Paimon one good reason why the Steambird can't publish its own novels when it already publishes a newspaper that's read all over to that.
Because the key to a successful light novel is...
Uh-huh.
the illustrations.
What? No way. Try telling that to all the writers and editors in Tibet. They're the ones working their butts off coming up with ideas.
Maybe so, but the Yai Publishing House has all the best illustrators on their payroll. And poaching them can't be easy. Artists like Calx must be virtually impossible to contact without going through them.
Oh. Yeah, that's a fair point.
Mm-hmm. But there's another reason, too.
Hmm?
Only works published by the Yai Publishing House make it into Genius Invocation TCG crossovers.
Huh? Paimon never knew!
That's the deepest, darkest secret of the publishing industry. It's not about stories anymore. It's about products and how to commercialize them.
Huh. That's just sickening. So apparently, some detectives in Fontaine managed to solve cases without ever setting foot outside their homes. They call them armchair detectives. That's what they call working from home, right? Sounds pretty cushy. Still, how do they figure out the truth if they never even go to the crime scene? Oh, Paimon knows! They must be using divination.
You're thinking of fortune tellers, Paimon, not detectives.
Oh, yeah.
In any case, surely the evidence isn't just dropping itself off at the detective's doorstep.
You mean... Oh, the detective must have people collecting information for them!
Perhaps. Or maybe they post commissions at the Adventurers Guild?
Huh? But that would mean the detective gets all the credit for our hard work. Oh, bet they make a tiny sum more off it, too. Paimon won't stand for that! Let's go have a little talk with Detective Armchair right now! At the Fontaine Research Institute, they research clockwork and different energy sources, right? So how come there are rumors about a mystery treasure? It'd make more sense if the treasure was owned by a bandit or a pirate. But Paimon's not sure that the researchers' and technicians' definition of treasure is really mysterious enough to get excited about.
What about researcher by day, bandit by night? Does that sound mysterious enough?
Well, for starters, it sounds exhausting. Imagine finishing your day job, then working a whole other job at night. When would they get time to rest?
Maybe they wouldn't need to rest if they were actually a clockwork mecca in disguise.
Ah, a mystery treasure left by a clockwork mecca who's a researcher by day and a bandit by night? Oh, now that sounds more like it. Detective stories like Great Detective Herlock and the Case Files of Miss Orith are really popular in Fontaine.
They're also pretty complex. Can you even follow the plot?
Don't you underestimate Paimon! If Paimon read any of those novels, she'd definitely solve the mystery before she's even halfway through!
Okay, well, if you do, then keep it to yourself. You don't want to spoil the story for anyone else.
Paimon would never do that.
Although, you also have to watch out for people who use no spoilers as an excuse to shut down discussions, when the truth is, they're just annoyed that a story they can't stand is getting so much attention.
Huh. Well, Paimon doesn't read much, so she wouldn't know anything about that kind of thing.
You see it a lot when two fans of Onibudo get talking. Someone will butt in and say something like, "Stop, don't spoil it for me. I'm only up to Chapter 2 of Volume 1.
Chapter 2? Yeah, clearly they have no intention of reading any further.
Hey, Paimon, you want to hear a secret?
Sure.
Listen carefully.
Mm-hmm.
Zhongli is Rex Lapis.
What a crazy twist! Why would you spoil... Oh, wait a second, we figured out that one ages ago.
Oh my gosh, Paimon actually... she forgot that they found that out. Oh my gosh, I love these two.
Pro tip. While we're in Fontaine, if someone ever picks a fight with you, you should never fight back unless there are witnesses around.
Huh? Why's that?
'Cause without any evidence, the court will probably reject your claim of self-defense, and they'll just rule that it was an intentional street fight.
Okay, and then what?
Well, if that happens, you'll almost certainly end up having to duel before you're put to trial. At that point, you'll either have to fight the same person all over again, or go head-to-head with their champion duelist.
Paimon just feels bad for whoever has to fight you. Pretty crazy how things that happened only yesterday show up in today's issue of the Steambird. Even stuff that happened late at night, way outside the city, makes it in. How do they manage to get these articles written up so quickly?
Yeah, not to mention printed first thing in the morning.
Paimon gets it! There must be a magic printer at the Steambird's office. As soon as the reporters bring in the latest news, they feed it to the printer and it goes on, nom, 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 gobbling all the writing up, ready to spit it back out when it's printing time. They probably have some reporters bursting in through the doors at the last minute yelling, "Wait! There's one last article to feed to the printer!"
That's definitely a very compelling image. But as far as I know, magic printers like that don't exist. It's all thanks to the tireless work of the editing team that the Steambird gets printed on time every day. They sit there going, huh? Oh no. As they race through correcting spelling errors, then they squeeze it all into neat vertical columns of text and run to their colleagues shouting, "Just give me 5 more minutes, please!" That's the real magic behind meeting publishing deadlines.
Whoa. It's pretty amazing that they're able to make a whole newspaper in just one day. Do they ever get time to sleep? Huh. Novels in Fontaine have weirdly long names. This one's called Do Clockwork Mecha Dream of Cogwheel Chiropractors. But the writing style and themes are pretty different from Inazuma's light novels.
According to the synopsis, this novel is about a clockwork mecha experiencing back pain due to bending over for extended periods. It finally gives in, quits its job as an illustrator, then goes on a long journey looking for a chiropractor to cure its mechanical spine.
That actually sounds pretty interesting.
But why a chiropractor, though? Wouldn't an engineer do the job better? They could just go to the Fontaine Research Institute and save themselves the long journey.
Well, yeah, but having met some of the engineers from the Institute, Paimon could see why they wouldn't want to.
Oh yeah, that's true. But anyway, even though the protagonist of the story is a clockwork mecha, you can still tell that it was written by a human. Imagine if they got a real clockwork mecha to write a novel. I wonder what they'd write about.
How about this? I awoke one morning and found myself human.
Hey, that's a good one, Paimon.
The opera epiclese is used for both criminal trials and performances, so... Wait.
Huh? What's bothering you, Paimon?
Well, what if someone did a show about a criminal trial there? How would the audience be able to tell whether it's a real trial or not?
That's a very good question. Can you imagine the looks that the actor playing the criminal would get out on the street the following day? Everyone who recognized them would say, "Hey, weren't you the one on trial yesterday?"
Yeah, exactly! It would get so confusing!
The actor would constantly be telling everyone, "It was just a show, for goodness sake. Stop treating it like it's real."
Well, they'd only have themselves to blame. What do they expect staging a show about a trial in the opera epiclese? Clearly they're just trying to confuse people. What a terrible idea!
Yeah, it is a terrible idea. What were you thinking, Paimon?
Wait, what? Nothing! Just what a terrible idea it would be if someone came up with that idea. Fanta tastes amazing, don't you think?
Yep, it's so refreshing, especially when you down the whole thing in one big gulp.
Can you buy a glass for Paimon? Paimon's always wanted to try that thing.
What thing?
Just buy it! You'll see in a minute!
Go, 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 go.
That's what those drunkards do after they clink their glasses together. Paimon's been itching to try it for ages.
Don't imitate them, Paimon. It's not a good look on you.
out whatever task they're programmed to do. So basically, they can do whatever you tell them to.
Got another bright idea, Paimon?
Yep. Paimon needs a commission handling Gardemek, a material harvesting Gardemek, and a domain exploring Gardemek. Ooh, and a gourmet chef Gardemek too! Then we can sit back and enjoy our new fully automated lifestyle.
They're extremely expensive to own and operate, though. And don't forget there's maintenance and repair costs as well. Okay, let me do some quick napkin math here. Using a Gardemek, the average cost to harvest a single mint would come to around 6,300 mora.
What? Oh, that's eye-wateringly expensive. Suddenly, Paimon feels like we adventurers don't get paid enough for the high-value work we do. Fontaine's underwater world is so pretty. There's so many kinds of fish that Paimon's never seen before.
If only we could swim underwater in other places too.
Yeah, it's a real shame. If you could go diving anywhere you wanted, where would you choose?
Probably either alilyah Harbor or Guyun Stone Forest.
Ooh, great idea! There's gotta be some sunken ships around there full of treasure! We could make a fortune.
Oh, there's also Sanganamiya Shrine in Inazuma. The view underwater must be stunning around there. So what about you, Paimon? Where would you go?
Let Paimon think. Well, since you already chose places in alilyah and Inazuma, Paimon's gonna go for Cider Lake!
Not a bad choice. But you gotta be careful. Because just when you're swimming along, minding your own business...
Yeah?
Suddenly, you notice something slowly sinking in front of you.
Huh?
It's round and chubby with a red and white pattern on its surface. The moment you realize what it is, you know it's already too late.
A jumpy duckty!
Boom!
Ah! And Paimon goes flying into the sky.
Hey, Klee got mentioned. Yeah, because in Mondstadt, Klee goes bomb fishing. Oh, that's funny.
There seems to be a lot of eccentric artists in the court of Fontaine. Apparently, they often stage artistic performances at the Opera House, too. The people of Fontaine sure place a lot of importance on the arts. Guess that's why they call it the City of the Arts. It's nothing like Sumeru, where people had to do their performances in secret.
You're pretty into the arts, huh?
Of course! Paimon's pretty much a connoisseur.
Okay, so what makes something art in your opinion?
Well, art should be something that's out of the ordinary. Something that sparkles like the stars at night.
By that definition, I have a work of art following me around wherever I go.
Huh? Wait, you don't mean Paimon, do you?
Yup, and now that I think about it, you should consider doing a performance sometime. Paimon, live at the Opera House. I bet a lot of people would go see that.
No way! Not gonna happen! You know what's strange? Clockwork mecha are extremely intricate, and yet people regularly manage to fix them just by whacking them a few times. How does that work?
I guess if a gear or drive shaft comes loose, sometimes whacking it or giving it a shake is enough to make the parts latch back onto each other.
Huh? Paimon didn't follow that.
Well, simply put, if the mecha isn't actually broken, a little tap can nudge the parts back into the right places. But on the other hand, if one of the parts is damaged, then no amount of whacking is ever gonna fix it.
Oh, so it's like knocking sense into people. It works fine as long as they've got a brain and they're just having a dumb moment. But if they're a total airhead, there's nowhere for the sense to go. Wait, why are you staring at Paimon's forehead?
Don't worry, I'm not gonna whack you in the head. It wouldn't work anyway.
Well, that's a relief. Wait, hey! So, there's this place in Fontaine called the Fortress of Meropide. Was it named after someone called Meropide?
I've never heard anything about that, but you could be right.
Paimon's kinda envious. Having a building named after you must be an amazing feeling. When you have the time, can you build something in your Serenity Teapot and name it the Fortress of Paimon?
Sure. In fact, I can do one better. I'll build it in downtown Fontaine.
Really? But surely that'd be way too expensive. Are you sure you can afford it?
Oh, absolutely. It won't actually cost that much.
Wow. You're so generous. So what are you gonna build?
I was thinking a cozy little clay bungalow with a wood burner for underfloor heating, a waterbed, a few chopped onions, salt and pepper, some greens, and,
Hey! Ugh, you're unbelievable. Can't we get through one nation without you cracking this stupid joke?
And the emergency Paimon strikes again. Ah, love it. You gotta love the emergency Paimon stuff.
Paimon's heard that the earliest clockwork components ever invented actually work on a very simple principle. You take a long object made from durable material, bend it, and wait for it to return to its original shape. As it rebounds, you can use the energy it gives off to power gears and stuff. And then you basically have an engine.
A long object made from a durable material. You know what that reminds me of? Cryo and Pyro Regisvines, don't you think?
Ooh, of all the things you could have thought of, why those two? But come to think of it, the Regisvines are pretty good at whipping their stalks around.
And they're really strong, too. If you let them charge up their energy and swing at you, they'll knock down anyone in their path. Even me. And we both know how strong I am.
So, are you saying that you could turn the Regisvines into a clockwork mechanism?
Well, think about it. Since Cryo and Pyro life forms are highly incompatible, if we put them both next to each other at a slight incline so their necks are tilted towards one another, they'd spin non-stop to avoid touching each other. It would be the world's most powerful clockwork mechanism. Once we found a way to harness it, it would generate enough energy to power most of the machines in Fontaine.
Oh, yeah, you're right! This is a genius idea! Eat your heart out, Fontaine Research Institute! All we need to do now is find a way to bring the Regisvines to Fontaine, put them in position, and... Wait a sec. How the heck are we gonna get those overgrown ferns to Fontaine?
As soon as we've tackled the minor issues of practicality and cost-effectiveness. How about we explore the details ahead of us later?
Paimon thought we'd be saying goodbye to the amazing cafes after we left Sumeru. But it seems like people in Fontaine are big coffee drinkers, too.
They sure are. Even the newspapers run articles about how great coffee is at keeping you awake and alert. And at boosting your energy levels, so you can keep performing at peak efficiency during a long working day.
Any job where you need coffee to stay energized must be exhausting. Like, blacksmiths? Maybe chefs, too. Oh, and adventurers. They're always running around all over the place. Hey, and what about divers?
Divers, huh? That's definitely the odd one out here. How are divers supposed to drink coffee when they work underwater the entire time?
Yeah, that's a good question. They can't take off their helmets underwater, so they'd probably have to shut themselves inside an even bigger glass box and drain all the water out before they can finally drink their coffee. Probably from a bottle. No, wait. If the coffee's already in a bottle, all they need is a long straw that goes from the bottle into their helmet. Then they'd be able to take a sip of coffee whenever they want.
Ew. But then the coffee would go cold. Cold coffee is just gross. With the important exception of iced coffee. But that's its own thing.
Well, that's no problem. They could just bring a stove with them underwater. You seen the kind of stove that most people use in Fontaine, right? It only has one small opening at the top. As long as that's sealed nice and tight, it won't go out, even underwater. Wait a second. No way. Is that... That's it! That must be the whole reason stoves in Fontaine
Ding, 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 right answer. That is indeed the reason behind the design of the Fontaine-style stove.
Paimon's the smartest. Hey, how about we open an underwater cafe? Paimon bets there's lots of divers out there craving some coffee while they're down in the depths. Yeah, this could be a huge opportunity for us. Once we open the world's first ever underwater cafe, the Mora will come rolling in. Heck, and why stop at cafes? The ocean's our oyster. We could build a whole shopping mall down there, then a whole underwater business district. It's gonna be the best feeling in the world making Mora through your very own stroke of business genius.
Just one thing, okay? Don't go taking out a loan in my name.
The Steambird's head office is in Fontaine, right? Paimon wonders what stories make it into their newspapers. Do you think they reported on our adventures with Dvalin? Or our duel with the Raiden Shogun? Oh, and everything that happened at the Academia?
I'm sure they cover just about everything that goes on. It's more of a question of where it would appear. They probably have different sections reserved for different topics.
Oh, well in that case, we must make it onto the front page all the time! Surely that's where all the most exciting stories go!
I'm not so sure. We might have made front page news once or twice, I guess. But I wouldn't be surprised if the headlines focus mostly on hit new operas or well-known actors. You know, stuff like, Actor X spotted drinking coffee on street. Actor Y goes public about new relationship. Or Actor Z to retire from performing.
Why would they fill the best page with stuff like that? It's completely pointless!
Well, trivial maybe, but not pointless. Those are the stories that grab people's attention and convince them to buy the paper to get all the details.
Fine. Well, maybe we'll be on the first few pages then. Surely they've got to put some real news in there, and it's got to be interesting enough to keep people reading after they've gotten their dose of celebrity gossip, right?
The first few pages cover positive local news stories in the court of Fontaine. Things like food and commodity prices going down, or progress updates on the Aquabus expansions. They put these reports at the most prominent locations inside the newspaper. The point of them is mostly just to kill time. What goes on at the Academia might be important, but it doesn't directly impact the lives of people in Fontaine.
Huh? So, where would they put our stories then?
I'd guess on the very back page after everything else.
Aw, why so far back?
I think they call it saving the best till last. The editors probably embellished things a lot to flesh the story out, then break it into several chunks to make it into a series that runs over several days.
Alright, so what's the point of the final page then?
It gives the newspaper its raison d'être.
Paimon was not expecting to see Clockwork Mecha dancing. As dangerous as it is to get too close to them, it sure is nice to watch them from a distance. Imagine if they had ones that could sing and play musical instruments too! That'd be really cool.
Then you'd just need some mecha for the audience, and you'd have a show by mecha for mecha.
Somehow that's a pretty scary thought. Anyway, mecha are meant to do stuff, not sit there and watch a show. Oh, how about mecha that can paint? Paimon bets their paintings would look just like photos taken with a camera.
Sounds like you could just use a camera.
Oh, right, yeah, Paimon's brain stopped working. What about you? If you could make a Clockwork Mecha do anything at all, what would it be?
Travel guiding perhaps? Bleep blorp, this is your guidebot speaking. Please go straight on at the next crossroads. Bloop blurp.
Paimon's just remembered how much training you need before you can own a Clockwork Mecha, and how expensive they are. Also, who knows if they even work outside of Fontaine? The best travel guide into Vat will not lose her job to some machine. At least not yet.
Alright, blue screen for a second, guys. Just checking something real quick. Alright, sorry about that. Alright, we'll finish up. After I finish up with Ether, I'm gonna, like, grab a small bag of chips to snack on while I'm listening. Alright, but yeah, this is the last one for Ether, and then, a lot of characters, again, a lot of characters don't get a lot of new voice lines. It's mostly the Fontaine characters who got, like, new voice lines, and maybe Sino because of his Act 2. Ether, like, because I didn't touch him since the beginning of, like, when I did half of Sumeru, like, that's why there was so much for Ether.
People in the city keep telling us how Palais Mermonia is a super stressful place to work. But when we went to see it for ourselves, it seemed like hardly anyone works there. And the few people who do work there were hardly working. In fact, they looked like they didn't have a care in the world. What part of working there is supposed to be so stressful exactly?
Maybe the work they carry out is essential but insignificant.
How can something be both of those things at the same time?
Well, okay, so imagine that one day you suddenly forgot how to fly and fell to the ground.
That'll never happen. Flying's a piece of cake for Paimon.
Probably not, but just in case, we should make sure there's a cart loaded with cushions ready to catch you at all times. The cart would have to be designed to withstand any environment and weather conditions, and the cushions would need to be soft enough to break your fall gently. It would need to be built from the sturdiest timber and strongest rope, and packed with plenty of medical supplies and snacks, and all because keeping Paimon safe and sound is absolutely essential.
You really mean that? Aw, thanks! But there's really no need to go to all that trouble. Paimon's been flying for a really long time. There's no way Paimon's gonna suddenly drop out of the air, so you don't need to worry about it.
See? That's why it's insignificant. If it ever did happen, the consequences would be disastrous. Hence why it's essential to be prepared. But practically speaking, the chances of it happening are next to nothing. So it's insignificant at the same time. If someone in the Palais Mermonia was assigned a task like that, it'd be up to them to decide how busy they want to get. Chances are they'd probably just sit back and do nothing.
But what if Paimon really does forget how to fly one day? What's gonna happen when Paimon falls to the ground?
I'll be here to catch you no matter what. Because you're not essential but insignificant. You're the best travel companion ever.
Alright. So 2 of them are like story stuff, and 2 of them are waypoints, and the rest are just mystery stuff. Alright, so we're caught up on Ethers. Now, I haven't seen his Hydra thing, so he does have at least that. And then we'll be pretty much done with that's very short. Yeah, this is for his Hydro.
Propagate! Ha! Go! Water jet! Spring forth! Yeah! Wipe out! Bombs away!
Alright, and we're done with Ether. I think the only thing I'm missing for Amber is the thing that has to do with Cole. Cause see, Cole Amber gets a special Cole thing once you're like completely done with Sumeru. Yeah, see about Cole. And then of course the Ascension stuff. Let's see, anything new here? Nope. Ty, does he have anything to do, like voice line to do with Dainsleif? Unlock, nope, just Ascension thing. Okay. Okay, at least it's just missing the Ascension thing. Yeah, just quick check. Okay. Let's see, what does Tainari need? Okay, Akasha. Then everything else still the same. All right. Ooh, Noelle's gotten some new stuff. Oh, and story. All right, let's do story. Oh, I haven't read her thing at all. Oh my gosh, Noelle, what happened? Noelle has much greater dreams and ambition than other knights in the Knights of Avonius. Like anyone else in the city protected by Knights of Avonius, she too dreams of donning the honored armor. Even if her skill is not enough to pass the religious selection trial, she still wishes to observe and learn from every chance she gets. Aside from her training, she enjoys her current life, helping everyone in need. You can leave absolutely anything to me. That's her signature. If there's anything that you need, Noelle is glad to be of aid. Noelle is the maid of all maids. Too many such people also tend to say this of her. She's everywhere. For example, there was a child once tried to get a plate during a banquet, but found that there was no way to open the cabinet without all the plates falling out. Noelle, all the child needed to do was scream, and Noelle appeared. She put the cabinet down on its back, took a plate out, and handed it to the child, reminding him not to have cold drinks immediately after having barbecue. Then she right in the cabinet, cleaned up other plates, and then put them back in order. Noelle's ability to be everywhere all at once is something miraculous to many. However, the job of a maid is no myth of legend. Noelle only does her job to the letter. No more, no less, as it should be, not as it should not be. Noelle doesn't think there's anything special about her. She's just a little more conscious, that's all. Aww. No, I'm surprised I missed Noelle. The last time I did like characters, there was a lot, so maybe I just ended up missing her by accident. Noelle's always eager to help, sometimes excessively so. If you want to ask her how to build a campfire as she passed by, she would only stop and build the campfire for you. She'd also put the grill rack, season the food, cook it for you, taste it herself to make sure it's done, and remind you to put it out the fire when you finish, not so as not to burn the forest down. Then she would get back to whatever she had been doing beforehand. Of course, most people don't mind at all that she regularly goes to the extra mile, but it can sometimes produce unexpected results. For example, a merchant from Sensaya once came to Mondstadt ostensibly wishing to get into the winery business. In truth, he had an evil plot to ruin the land, destroying the winery business in Mondstadt altogether, and then seize the market with wines from Sensaya. He disguised himself as an honest merchant with his family on a business trip in Mondstadt. Naturally, with them being visitors from afar, Noelle gave them a warm reception. Initially, the merchant was delighted with Noelle's hospitality. It was cut above the crude etiquette he had come to expect from the most peasants in Mondstadt. However, after a while, he began to feel like something was amiss. Noelle seemed to be able to read his mind. She correctly guessed his schedule, cooked his family's favorite Sensaya dishes for them each day, and even know that his daughter liked to go to bed hugging a ragged doll. Presenting her with the handmade doll she had sewn together herself, this spooked the merchant and made him hesitant to execute the next phase of his plan. Noelle's warm smile now chilled the merchant to the bone. What else did she know? What was she really planning in the end? The merchant fled Mondstadt with his family. Noelle was upset for a few days, thinking she had somehow insulted her guests. Little did she know that all of Mondstadt was indebted to her by taking her job so seriously. Nice. Most of the time, Noelle's reliability provides a comforting present, but there are always exceptions. Once she learned that an adventurer was trapped in Dragonspine, so she decided to mount a rescue by herself. The snowstorm that day was terribly fierce, wiping out any tracks left by humans as soon as they were made. It was impossible to find a safe route to proceed, to say nothing of saving the adventurer amidst the snow. However, Noelle persisted on searching for the adventurer and eventually found him inside a cave, suffering the severe hypothermia. At the time, her coat was completely soaked, and the water inside her bottle had turned to ice. Thirsty and hungry, Noelle still managed to carry the adventurer down on her back. The adventurer was saved, but Noelle, having overexerted herself, laid in bed for 3 days straight, suffering from a high fever. Everyone in the Night of Onios barely slept out of concern for her during that period. Fortunately, Noelle recovered. It was not the first or second time that something similar had happened, and everyone was deeply worried for Noelle. In order to prevent Noelle from pushing herself in harm's way again, Jean had to invent some safe jobs to keep Noelle busy. If something were to happen, then Kaya would have to save the day. During the storm terror's threat, Noelle was also eager to resolve the threat at its source. However, Kaya managed to arrange quite a few urgent matters for her to attend inside the city until it was all over. Alright, we're about done with this part. Okay, Noelle's petite form does a good job of hiding her great strength. This does not just refer to her resoluteness of her indomitable spirit, but also her physical strength. Once Lisa accidentally dropped her experimental apparatus under her bookshelf and troubled over whether she could remain decent when bending over to retrieve it, Noelle made it over in the nick of time, lifting the full bookshelf with only one hand, and not a single book fell. And between her hefting and putting it down, there was another instant in which several cargo-bearing carts were attacked by pyro slimes as they tried to pass through Mondstadt's side gates. As the owner were all in a panic, it was Noelle again who came to the rescue, hurling the carts, cargo and all, into the side of the lake before leaping into the water herself and retrieving every last item. Rumor has it that when Noelle was studying the blade, she nearly sent Wagner, who prided himself in his forging skills, into despairing seclusions. Her great strength, said Delta. Yeah. In all, he forged over 10 different swords with different ability compositions for Noelle, but all would lose their edge after a few uses. At first, Wagner thought Noelle unskilled, but eventually found that the problem was more fundamental. The swords just weren't strong enough. Putting his reputation on life, Wagner finally made Noelle a sturdy and heavy claymore that was further reinforced by her affinity for Geo. Only then was her weapon issued, barely solved. But don't worry, Noelle won't use her superhuman strength unless the situation calls for it, as she is a pacifist at heart. They say, however, that the very day Noelle received her custom-made claymore, she was set upon by a pair of drunken treasure hoarders in Drunken Gourd, who thought she is a harmless lamb. Let's just hope that no one else will ever be so unlucky. Oh, nice, Noelle. Noelle's greatest enemy, curiously, is not a person, but Ludi Harpostum itself. During Ludi Harpostum, long tables arranged in a circular shape filled with all kinds of food was set up in the plaza before the cathedral for everyone to enjoy. The food is usually prepared by volunteers who can cook. During this time, Noelle, who always holds herself to a high standard, joins the volunteers in continuously cooking and serving food. It's not really any additional work. What's difficult is that she insists on tasting every dish to make sure they are up to standard. The crispy moon pies, the sizzling Mondstadt pork chops, the towering palamups, all the fried and barbecue foods equal parts delicious and fatty are customary at the festival. Smiles on people's faces make Noelle truly happy. What makes her less so is seeing her bulging belly. She can't help but let out a sigh. For the entire month following the festival, Noelle will volunteer for the Knights of Ovonia's City Night Patrol. The festivals may be over, but her battle is only beginning. Aww. The maids of the knights have made red lines that are not to be crossed, and one of these is that the personal information of the knights must be kept in secret confidence. This does not only require restricting order access to such information, this restriction also applies to other members of the knights. For example, what Jean keeps in her private quarters, the contents of Amber's Baron Bunny, the number of special eye patches that Kaya owns, number of Klee's hidden bomb cages, these things are all top secret. To avoid leaking such information, Noelle used red cloth to make a great many roses in Mondstadt. This flower means my lips are sealed. She specially woven one such rose into her gauntlet as an ever-present reminder to herself. Revealing secrets would be a major dereliction of duty for a maid, and those who aspire to be a knight cannot afford such errors. So you can forget about probing Noelle for any secrets you won't tell. So that's why she has. So that explains the roses on her. Okay. Vision. Noelle did once wish to fulfill her dream before its time. Some years ago, after failing her seventh selection test, which was a really foregone conclusion, she felt somewhat discouraged. The etiquette, swordsmanship, the lines she had memorized, had they all gone to waste? She remembered all the strong points of every official knight, but who would remember the hard work of a failure like her? She had never stopped aspiring to become a knight of Avonius, but her exhausted body wouldn't let her get back on her feet like she normally would. She felt like someone who had spent days and nights traveling through an icy tundra. At the moment, the main gate of the Knights of Headquarters were flung open, and out walked acting Grandmaster Jean, who had been in charge of the selecting process. Without a thought, Noelle gave a precise knight's salute. Immediately she knew that this was too abrupt a thing to do and wondered what Jean might think of her. But just as she was wishing that there was some hole she might crawl into to flee, Jean stopped at her own tracks and returned the salute. After a moment's surprise, Noelle gave a strange smile, clumsy but pure. This was a lucky day that she would always remember, for she would receive recognition from two all-important sources to stay. Once from Jean, and the other from the gods. Her hard work had been remembered after all. From that day forward, vision in hand, Noelle reaffirmed her belief that she would one day be able to don that armor, that she would be gentle and reliable, and yes, everywhere all at once too. Alright. I can't believe I did not... I missed Barbara's too? Wow. Okay, let's go over her voice lines. She shouldn't have a lot, but let's hope. How? Wait, this might be because I had a new PlayStation. Just in case, I should probably go through it.
My name is Noelle, maid of the Knights of Favonius, and it's my pleasure to be joining you on your adventure today. Should you encounter any problems at all at any point throughout your journey, please do not hesitate to call me, and I will be delighted to provide you with my full assistance. Yes, starting right now. What do you need? Leave it to me, all of it, whatever it is. What exactly is it? I didn't quite catch your request. You seem tired. Would you like some tea? I'll brew you some. Do you take sugar? 1 cube or 2? Whenever you need me, I'll be there. Oh dear, everyone's laundry is still on the line. May I be excused to fetch it in? Please stay indoors until the storm passes. I will deal with any urgent outdoor business. Such fair weather. Why don't we do a bit of sunny work? Oh, what sort of work is that, you ask? Well, anything that makes you feel bright and sunny, too. Can you hear the Animo Archon's voice on the breeze? It calms me down whenever I get flustered. Good morning. Breakfast is served. I will be on hand the whole time. Should you find that anything is not to your taste, please do not hesitate to let me know. Ready for your tea break? Please wait here while I get it ready. Oh, yes. I also made lighter-than-air pancakes. You simply must try one. It's my specialty. Everyone has free time in the evening, and that is when I am busiest. Where have Amber's washed hairbands been placed? How many new eye patches did Kaya buy? Keeping track of all these things is a maid's responsibility. please, get some rest. You must be tired from today's adventure. I should head back to the Knights of... sorry? You want me to watch over you until you fall asleep? I mean, of course it's no problem. But, you're not just teasing me, are you? In my job, I do the exact same things every day. A far cry from being a true knight, that's for sure. But ultimately, this is all part of my training. And when it comes to training, actions speak louder than words. I'm a bit useless in an argument because I can't really explain my reasoning clearly. People find that hard to understand. So instead, I try to just get on with my work in my own way. But then, they call me stubborn. All I try to do is convince people with results instead of trying to talk them round. Is that really stubborn of me? I am devoted to what I do, but make no mistake, I devote myself freely. A maid, to me, is the most liberating job there is. I'm a chef, a gardener, a warrior, a guide. I can be anything you need me to be. Even when you're too busy to eat 3 square meals, never eat something if you don't know where it came from. And always maintain a balance between meat and vegetables. Oh, and no swimming right after a meal. I do hope you're not thinking, that's too much trouble, I'll just leave it to Noelle, are you? But of course, if you are, well then, just leave it to me. So I hear you're an honorary knight of Favonius? I envy you. I suppose that makes you my senior. Anyway, it's about time someone threw you a welcome party, surely. Leave it to me. To be honest, I'm feeling a little dejected. Well, sure, this vision proves that the Archons think I'm worthy. But why is it a Geo vision? I mean, Geo's the furthest thing from Animo. And for a knight of Favonius... I actually really like the smell of wine. I'm just not of drinking age yet. There've been a few times when I could have had a little taste if I'd wanted, and no one would ever have known. But I resisted the temptation. I feel like the first time you try it is probably really magical, so I want to save it till I'm older. A maid is required to keep everyone's secrets. That's why my favorite flower is the rose. Here in Mondstadt, the rose represents the saying, "As wine bottles are corked, so too my lips are sealed." It reminds me to... What? Roses represent love in your hometown? I had no idea the rose held such a passionate meaning. I really look up to Amber. Not only is she an accomplished knight, but she's a kind person too. She taught me how to make a Baron bunny. I keep it on my person for luck, and it looks quite all right, I think. Oh, no, please do not be alarmed. There is no risk of explosion whatsoever. I've always been curious as to how she managed to become a fully fledged knight at such a young age. I actually went to ask her for tips once, but I'd barely started talking to her when she grabbed me by the hand and took me outside the knight's headquarters to play with bombs. I thought it was some kind of training exercise at first. Oh, but Jean found us, and we both ended up in solitary confinement. Master Jean has always been my role model, both in terms of ability and dedication. She holds herself and others to the same high standards. So if there ever comes a day when I meet with her approval, it will be the ultimate acknowledgement of all my efforts so far. Until then, there's no room for complacency. At first I wanted to join his expedition party and do my part as a maid, but the Grand Master said no. It would give him more peace of mind if I stayed behind to take care of things in Mondstadt. It made me so happy to hear how much he values me. Okay, so apparently he said the same thing to a lot of people, but that doesn't change the fact that he prizes me too. He's a mysterious character. He comes and goes like the wind, and is always occupied with important business. I like the fact that he delegates some of the smaller jobs to me sometimes. It's nice to feel like part of the team, you know? What do you mean, errand runner? Well, I don't see it like that at all. Okay, well, yes, technically I run errands for him. But still, I really appreciate it. He's asked me to join the Adventurers Guild more than a few times, saying that life there would suit me better than with the Knights of Favonius. While I could help him take care of his dads like the other adventurers, the Knights hold a special meaning for me, and I'm not ready to give up on becoming one yet. No, I simply cannot accept his offer. I think she's from another world, but I don't know the details. One thing I do know, however, is that she loves the Knights of Favonius' library. She can always be found there with her nose in a book. I bring her some refreshments whenever I go in there to clean, and she always thanks me profusely. When I say profusely, I mean she goes a bit over the top, to be honest, and I actually don't understand half of what she's saying. So once when I was cleaning the library, I noticed a book on the shelf called Flowers for Princess Fischl. At the time, I assumed it was just a fantasy novel. I was so surprised to find out the main character is a real person. I could hardly believe it. She must be someone incredible to have a whole book dedicated to her. We take tea breaks together sometimes. Often she'll start humming a tune, saying inspiration has come to her. I'm not the right person to give useful feedback on anything musical, but I still love spending time with Barbara. How may I be of assistance? Oh, you just want to chat? Okay then. Well, if that's how I can help, then please feel free to chat as long as you'd like. Not a problem. I'm here to serve in whatever capacity you require. You needn't be concerned about the way I feel. Huh? More tool than made? I disagree. A tool might help you to complete 1,000,000 tasks to a satisfactory standard, but it feels nothing. I, on the other hand, feel a strong sense of achievement every time I do something for you. These treats are for me? Oh, no, I couldn't, really. Well, then I'll make some for you, too. I'll go right now, right this instant. Half an hour. Okay, maybe an hour, tops. You can busy yourself with other things first, and I'll be sure to deliver them right to you, hot and fresh out of the oven. I spend all my days handling the most trivial of matters, but so long as it helps you in your adventure, or makes your life easier in some small way, I couldn't be happier. That's because each time I get a thank you, it makes me feel like my work at least has some meaning, no matter how insignificant it seems. Even though I mostly work for the Knights of Favonius, I'm always looking out for ways I can help more people. These days, though, I seem to be spending more and more of my time with you. It might be a bit selfish of me. What do you think? My hobby? I really like washing all sorts of things. Clothes, floorboards, windows, you name it. Whenever I see something dirty, I just want to give it a good old clean. It gives me such a sense of achievement. Oh, you mean the things I do in my free time? Same answer. How to get more for your Mora? Last time I went all the way to Liyue, I visited every single shop to compare prices, and then carried everything back myself. I won't be doing that again, though. I was on the road for so long that Jean was convinced I'd been gobbled up by storm terror along the way. My favorite is easily a satisfying salad. The best of Mondstadt's natural produce on one plate. Highly nutritious and a low calorie count. No, I never get sick of eating it. It's delicious. I've been eating it for 10 years now. I'm not a fussy eater, but I really don't like banquets. Well, the reason being, as the maid, I'm expected to sample every single dish on the table to ensure its quality. With just one bite of each, of course, but it all adds up. Oh, the guilt. How can you make such a simple dish taste so good? Oh, my admiration towards you just keeps growing. This tastes wonderful. Would you mind teaching me how to make this? After all, it is my duty as a maid. This is more than I normally eat in a whole day. Since you're always so busy adventuring, there must be so many little things you never get round to, surely. Well, you need not worry about them adding up, because today, I'm all yours. Your exclusive maid for the entire day. Just leave it all to me. Also, I'd like to take this opportunity to wish you a very happy birthday. What is this new power? Thank you. Now I can be of assistance to even more people. I cannot rest on my laurels. After all, I'm not even formally a knight yet. Until that day, I must work even harder. Thank you for the opportunity to accompany you on your adventures. It's taught me a lot, and I believe I've improved a lot. As a maid, I should be the one serving you. But it seems you have done more for me than I could ever imagine.
I know her hangout. She's training in her hangout. All right. I don't have a lot of characters where we had to go through like everything like that. I think part of it's gonna be like another long one, but after that it'll be like a lot faster with voice lines until we get to like Cloud Retainer. I forgot about the hangout. Yeah, no worries, no worries. And she's got two. She's the only one so far that has two different hangouts.
Steady as stone. Steady as stone. I must leave no stone unturned. Leave it all to me. Time to clean up. As a good knight should. As a dutiful maid would. I'll catch up. Someone needs assistance. All in a day's work. Ooh, wonderful. A little dusty. Best give it a spring cleaning. I can patch myself up. Ugh, that's going back in the wash. If at first you don't succeed, apply continuous pressure to the wound. Let me get this. You need medical attention. I am a disgrace to the knights. But they still need me. It was my honor to serve you. Ugh, I missed a spot. Oh, how exciting! I will protect you. As you wish.
Alright, sorry about that. Was just checking something. Alright. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab me a snack. So I'll be right back, guys. Barbara is probably gonna be a super long one. Albedo, Zhongli, yeah. Kazan, no. Zhao, no. Venti, no. Gino. Zhongli, not too long. I'm quickly going through this. Let's see. Okay, Diona, Fischl, Singcho. They should only have 1 or 2 new voice lines. I might just make this a voice line day. They should only have 1 or 2. Sino's good. Nahida. If a lot of them have like it might be like a lot of people have like story and stuff like that because when I switched to a new PlayStation a year ago, but that could be why for some. But yeah, like look, a lot of people definitely don't. Yeah, a lot of people just it's story. Which I could read through that real quick. I think it's really Navia. Yeah, it's Navia, Cloud Retainer, Alachino, definitely, and Gaming. Okay, so yeah, not a lot, not a lot. All right, but I'll be right back. Let me grab a snack. So yeah, not a lot of people that have like a whole thingy, while a few people only have like 1 or 2 new, 1 or 3 new voice lines. But let me be right back. I'm also gonna take a bathroom break. Alright, I'm back. Okay. Hopefully we can finish voice lines. I think Barbara's gonna be, I'm hoping we might not be able to get to level up stuff today. Because I guess there's, I didn't realize there was like, I'm really hoping Bennett Sucrose only have like 1 or 2 voice lines, because if so, then we'll just be spending another hour on voice lines, because finish Barbara up, and then it's going to be like Davia, Cloud Retainer, Alicino, and Gaming, and then, well, I'm really hoping the other characters only need like 1 or 2 voice lines, but if they're like, as long as like Noelle's thingy, then today's just gonna be a voice line 1. We'll still do, and I'll just do part 2 to like, not Tuesday because, Among Us, but that means that Tuesday, after the new event, I could try and go ahead and get Chinyu Valley farming for Cloud Retainer, and that means I can level up Cloud Retainer. Alright, but like, let's go ahead and start Barbara. Okay, I'm usually quick with this. Barbara is the deaconess of the Church of Favonius, as well as the shining idol of Mondstadt. The sight of Barbara makes all the problems disappear. This is quite a common saying among the citizens of Mondstadt. In fact, Barbara can do much more than just put people in a better mood. Her healing powers extend to flesh wounds and other physical ailments. Barbara is known to have success in miraculous healing powers through her hydrovision. However, Barbara herself knows that hard work is the most miraculous magic of all. Every citizen of Mondstadt adores Barbara. However, this has not always been the case. At first, Barbara's songs sounded strange to the citizens of Mondstadt, and many struggled to see the appeal. This was because of the longest time, the folk songs of bards were the only popular songs known in Mondstadt. Fortunately, Mondstadt stayed true to its reputation as a city of freedom, and the people ultimately embraced the new while continuing to cherish the old. People accepted Barbara's songs, and over time her positive energy rubbed off on them. Soon they could be heard humming her tunes all around Mondstadt. Albert, would you please stop? You're completely out of tune. Barbara's feelings on her own success are mixed. To the extent that an idol's duty is to make everyone adore her, she has done a fantastic job. There is no doubting that she has made the right choice. However, an idol is also expected to spread joy and relieve people's spiritual fatigue. Had she really accomplished that? She sang for Blind Glory, encouraging her to believe that her lover would one day return. She sang too for sick Anna, promising her that her illness would one day be cured. Yet the smiles on their faces never last long after the songs end. This has led Barbara to become somewhat disillusioned and doubtful. Barbara has always been a bright and optimistic girl since she was young. Though at times she can be a bit clumsy and mess things up, she always bounces right back and has another go. Barbara is the complete opposite of her sister, who is seen by all as the pride of her family. Unlike Barbara, her sister has always been the very definition of success in all aspects. Initially, all Barbara had ever wanted was to surpass her sister in at least one thing, even if only once. However, be it swordplay, her grades, or anything else, she has never been able to compare. Even for someone as optimistic as her, she found herself to be upset and down. Hard work is the most miraculous magic, but when even that doesn't work, what then? Barbara has never once considered giving up. Her determination and resilience even surprised her father, Seamus Pegg, the Cardinal of Daybreak. Barbara only allows herself to be depressed for 30 seconds. After that, she forces herself to brighten up no matter what. I'm no good in combat, so I'll be here to support those who are. Under her father's counsel, Barbara became a healer. She is as radiant as the sick and injured are pained. Her desire to be recognized gradually transformed into a simple desire to help others. Thank you are the 2 words that Barbara hears most often. When she feels lost, she will suddenly find that there's someone wanting to hold her hand. Thanks for being here with me. I feel so much better. To Barbara, the greatest reward is seeing the smiles on people's faces. Therefore, whenever she is messaging her swollen calves or drinking tea to care for her sore throat, Barbara recalls all those who have been kind to her. It's the encouragement I receive from others that keeps me going. Just maybe the smiles she receives are proof that her songs really can heal people. Her ambition to surpass her sister and become the most popular person in all of Mondstadt hasn't been abandoned by Barbara. It is simply buried deep inside her heart. If only I excelled more, perhaps I could be of help to Jean. This is what she believes. Okay, go Barbara, go. Alice's Idol magazine. Ooh, Ooh. Idol, the first time that Barbara heard the strange word, she was barely confused, but aren't the sevens the ones that people are supposed to worship? Yes, but not exclusively, replied Alice, an elderly of the Hexen Circle, as she groomed the young girl for stardom. Read this. It contains everything you will need to know. Idol magazine was the name of the assigned reading material. Barbara had no idea what world this magazine had come from, but by reading it she found out that there was indeed such thing as an idol, and that it mainly involved working hard at getting everyone to like you. She also discovered that an outstanding idol was capable of not just bringing joy to themselves, but also bringing spiritual healing to others through the power of song and dance. Barbara set about learning one new song after another, dancing to the beat as she went. Finally, she found happiness, and she found the smiling faces of others. Sometime later, when Alice anxiously relayed to Barbara that plans for Tibet idols were falling through, Barbara was starting to make a name for herself through her performance of Mondstadt. Well, if I'm the only one left, I guess you can leave it to me to find what really means to be an idol. Driven by this ever so slightly selfish ambition to spread joy and healing to others, Barbara is slyly swatting up on new tunes behind the scenes to this very day. Okay. The story of how Barbara obtained her vision is hardly the typical tale of high-stakes heroism. She had just joined the church and was looking after a little boy with a high and persisting fever. Nothing Barbara could think of would console the boy and bring an end to his relentless tears. Someone remarked that while the boy had already taken his medicine, there was no way to cure the pain of missing one's family. Another suggested that Barbara sing a song for the boy to raise his spirits. Barbara had never sung a song in her life up until this point, but knew how could she shy away from this moment like this. Never having sung before is no reason to abandon a child in their time of need, Barbara thought to herself. And so Barbara took the boy in her arms and sang him a song, a lullaby, the only one she knew. It was unceremoniously beginning to her singing career. After quickly realizing that she barely knew any of the words, she had to resort to humming the tune instead. Nevertheless, her voice began to soothe the child, and so she kept singing. She sang the same song over and over again until her throat was dry and her voice was hoarse. Finally, the boy fell asleep. Exhausted, Barbara lay down by the wall and fell straight asleep herself. Early the next morning, Barbara awoke to discover that the boy's fever had come down. Perhaps it was because she had sung to him, or perhaps it had been something to do with the vision which had mysteriously appeared next to her hand at some point during the night. Barbara was not preoccupied with the vision. However, it was beside the boy, smiling once again, that filled her heart with joy. Barbara received her vision for the simple but beautiful wish that took hold in her heart that night, a dream of healing the sick through the power of song. Aww.
Ta-da! Barbara is here. Leave the healing to me. I will not disappoint you. All this standing around is making me so sleepy. Everyone is working super hard. We should be too. Are you tired? Try my new spicy energy drink. I'm sure it'll wake you up. Don't stay out in the rain for too long. You'll catch a cold. Whoa! Oh, snowflakes. Look at them dance. This weather is so amazing. I could burst into song. Don't worry. I will not be blown away. Morning. Let's do our best today. Oh? You want to hear me sing? Sorry, the show is... well, it hasn't started yet. I really want to eat some spicy squid at Good Hunter. Oh, but my stomach... never mind. We had a great day today. Get some rest. To the wind that guides me. When I'm exhausted, bless me with the strength to keep going forward. When I'm uncertain,
bless me with the wisdom to distinguish good from evil. When I suffer from injustice, bless me with the courage to fight back. Oops! My apologies. I was just doing my prayers. You need something? My dream is to bring a smile to the faces of all the people in my life. As long as I can help you on your journey, I'm happy. Thank you for being with me all this time. I can feel that I'm getting closer to my dream. Hope we can keep this up in the future. Everyone has their own desires. To bring together and fulfill those desires and make everyone happy, that is the purpose my Archon has bestowed upon me. I could never get bored of the breathtakingly beautiful nature that surrounds Mondstadt. I've heard that there are blue trees that exist by the seashore near Inazuma City. I just need to save up a little more and... What's that? You want to know what I'm saving up for? That's my little secret. Sunflowers always face the sun. They're so bright. In fact, my mother sent me a sunflower-style dress. I wonder when I'll finally get to wear it on stage. Acting Grand Master, leader of the Knights of Favonius, everyone seems to like her a lot. Oh, me? Of course I have nothing but admiration for her. I always take good care of Lisa. If she ever wants to become a star, she'll have my unconditional support. I'll cheer at the top of my lungs until my voice goes hoarse. That might scare off her other fans, though. I've seen Amber rushing out of Mondstadt on a mission countless times. Being an outrider doesn't look easy. Oh, Master Diluc? Last time when I was performing at Angel's Share, he kept frowning. Maybe he doesn't like my singing. Venti's voice is amazing, but all the songs he sings and the ones I'm good at are very different. I tried to learn them, but the melodies are just so complicated. Bennett always comes to the cathedral covered in scrapes and bruises, though it clearly never bothers him a bit given the big grin he always has on his face. He really should take better care of himself. My father left on the expedition with Grand Master Varka. I hope they are okay. Oh, what am I worried about? The Grand Master is none other than the Knight of Boreas. Of course they will be fine. Still, I will be sure to pray for their safe return. Sister Rosaria is hard to get to know, especially given she never joins in on prayers, but... Oh, I'm sure she believes in the Animo Archon. Although I still don't really have the courage to try to talk to her. Noelle is just the cutest. She's so kind and patient. You just feel totally relaxed when you're around her. Oh yeah, and she makes the tastiest snacks. Best part is they're all so healthy. Knights look so cool when they swing their sword in combat. Don't you think so? I tried using a sword before, but... Oh, let's just say I have zero talent with a sword. I want to heal everyone. This simple thought was all the motivation I needed to become a deaconess. As long as I'm able to help everyone, I'll be content. Being an idol, I learned from Alice that a true idol should always try to heal the soul of the people. Yes, I completely agree. I'm doing my best every day. I hope my efforts earn the trust of the people of Mondstadt. Every time I get on stage, I always start to doubt myself. Can I really heal every person in Mondstadt? But I look at you now, and I feel that as long as we keep marching forward, maybe one day I might just... Huh? Oh, I've already healed you. Well, one's not enough. I've already healed a lot of people? I suppose. The smiles on the faces of the people I've helped keeps me going. Oh, my companions keep getting injured, but I'm unable to share the burden of their pain. The only thing I can do is my absolute very best to heal their wounds. I'll make sure that everyone is healthy. Do you like spicy dried fish? I have 2 in my bag. Here, have one. I don't like anything bitter, especially bitter gourd. Mmm. It's a rare pleasure to eat food that suits my taste so well. Today is a blessed day. Thank you for cooking these for me. This time around, you are the one healing me. Oh! Oh dear. Here you go. This is the gift I got you for your birthday, along with my exclusive autograph. When my next song comes out, I'll make sure you're the first one to hear it. Happy birthday! A dance from Barbara to bring you more healing. Aw, thank you so much for your support. Oh no, I'm too excited. My heart just can't stop racing. Please, tell me how I can be stronger. Just leave it up to you. No, that won't do. I want to help too.
Alright guys, we're almost done with Barbara.
I'll protect us. Let's dance. Let the show begin. La 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 la. Ready, steady, go! Come on, we can do it. Go, Barbara, go! I'm fine. Keep going. This is the kind of surprise I could sing about. Oh, look at it sparkle. Things are going so smoothly today. Don't worry about me. I can't stop now. They need me. Gotta keep trying. I don't want to see you hurt. Please, let me tend to your wounds. I feel a little weak. Why has everyone stopped singing? Sister. Ouchie. Oh no! I'll take care of it. Wish me luck. We can do this.
As the founder of Leeway Harbor, contracts are the most important thing to Morax. Principle of monetary exchange and agreement between merchants to the ancient laws that Morax himself laid down. There is no part of city life untouched by contracts. To merchants, contracts are the most important standard to which they hold themselves. Daylight and voyage shipping destinations. Only a refined and strict order can sustain vibrant commits, which itself is the lifeblood of Leeway Harbor. Thus, the Chingsing punishing violators such laws unceasingly, not only to uphold the divine ruling of Morax, but also to allow Leeway to sustain its fertility through the millennia. Every generation of the Liwei Chingsing commit to interpret the law, including subtle amendments to plug loopholes found in the law. Any loopholes that remain undiscovered are seen by merchants as permissible if undressed, and they make killings off such holes until they are discovered and patched up by Liwei Chingsing. Amid the game of cat and mouse, the book that collects such amendments have reached a whopping 279 pages thick. The person currently responsible for maintaining this book, the Hingquan Ningguang, is secretly and humorously referred to as the Tailor of Leeway in honor of her speed in patching these laws up and for her sharpness of eye. But no matter how complicated or tangled mortal laws become, one of these standards above all other eyes in the eyes of Rex Lapis, the one who reigns over their words, shall suffer the wrath of the rock. During the Archon War, every corner of Tibet was consumed in the fires and conflict. Not only did gods fight among themselves, but countless wicked things also sought to expand their domains. One such type of creature caused no end of woe was the Archon long before he took that title with his place among the seven. Those foul creatures straight from the murky depth of the ocean abyss had a squishy exterior and possessed agile tentacles that would live on even before being cut up, even secreting some thick and revolting fluid in the process. This alone would have been enough to make them the most monstrous of all creatures, and still it was not the pinnacle of their monstrosity. What made them so terrible was their small size, which gave them the ability to duck into unimaginable small nooks and crannies. The space was too narrow for them, neither the wood boards of tables, chairs, nor the seams of windows and doors and curtain folds, not even books and brushes. Many a poor soul had, or at least one occasion, unwittingly outstretched her hand, only to quickly retract in horror with a blood-curdling scream at the sensation of something cold, clammy, and damp. While one or more of these despicable creatures came crawling up their arm, leaving a shiny trail behind them. At the peace of the people of Liyue, Morax agreed to wipe these creatures out, but these parasites upon civilization would not be destroyed like enemies on a battlefield by simply summoning a storm of stone spears that would shatter the earth and churn the soil. Still, he was the god of contracts. His word had to be his bound. So he went through the town from house to house with prisons of stone, seizing these creatures one by one and locking them away for good. This long campaign of pest extermination taught Morax the true meaning of a burden lifted. The grueling campaign itself and the terrible smell of those ocean creatures' creation left a lasting impression on the deity. Today, even when he goes out incognito as the mortal man Zhongli, Morax gives those living, squirmy seafood products a wide breadth. Well, except for the dishes where said seafood product has been sliced and diced into oblivion, such as seafood tofu, he'll quite happily eat those. Alright, let's see what new voice lines he has.
The god of contracts. Have you heard of him? He has an impressive memory. He remembers the name of every person he comes across, and the date that every ship built in Liyue set sail. After all, only in being able to do so can he memorize all of the contracts he holds. With that said, not every memory is a happy one.
Right now I'm just quickly skimming real quick, even the ones that I've done. Just real quick. Okay. I mean, the collab, there was nothing wrong with the collab. Just a lot of people didn't like how, like, just a lot of people were just like, they wanted a free character to be stronger, but Alloy is still pretty good. Like, honestly, if people didn't complain, Alloy might have been able to get cons. Man. Cause like it looked like literally it has like Alloy, Stella, Fortuna. Why would that not be there if she wasn't gonna get cons? Like there wouldn't this symbol wouldn't be there if she was never gonna get cons. Like I kind of hope they do something where maybe towards like in game where people can get a C6 Alloy or something. Maybe they'll call it the like something similar to Chronicle Banner, but you can get Alloy cons for. Like I'll go for C6. I know Ty probably would go C6. Like who knows what would have happened? Didn't this also like by checking also because it's like on the way to like the other characters. So this is literally two birds with one stone with a quick reminder and check on like how my other people's voice lines are. Dang, Gon, you had a lot. Genshin and Pizza Hut? Oh yeah, they did. I mean, don't forget Starl did Pizza Hut too. I mean, Genshin did do Pizza Hut. They both Genshin and Starl both did KFC. But yeah, Genshin and Pizza Hut did have a collab. Uh, you can see artwork of it because I think Amber and Eula were wearing the Pizza Hut uniform or something, or Pizza Hut. Yeah, Genshin did a Pizza Hut collab. Look it up. They had like Amber in a Pizza Hut outfit. All it was, you didn't get anything from it, like the KFC wings, but it still happened. It happened like almost 2 years ago now. To be fair, it was like such a small thing, and again, no one was getting anything out of it, so that's why a lot of people didn't really mention it. You just had to look up collabs and it's like that. Chi Chi! Oh my gosh. I forget she has like a yen coin in her hair. Or not yen coin, whatever China calls their money. I know Raiden, once I'm done with Nahida and Zhongli, I'm gonna get Raiden, Child, and Yamiko Friendship 10 next. And then Cole will be after that. Venti, uh... Wonder. Okay, so Child, Yamiko, Raiden, and Wonder are gonna be my 4 top priorities. Then Cole. Oh, man. Okay, it's after Yae and Miko that need their talents leveled up. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I really need to get on the roll with the friendship. That's why I'm leveling up characters so I can like use them so I can get their friendship up. At least 70, like 70 for now, and then I'm gonna try and then I know I'm gonna have to farm talents and stuff like that because there's no way I'm gonna be able to have enough to get someone 80. But at least to about 70, I should have it. Because a lot of characters need talent, the weekly bosses, and a few I'm missing. So 70, 66 talents, because that still makes them playable. Because there's going to be some characters I can get to 80. But Sumeru characters and Fontaine, I'm going to have to, they'll have to be 70. But for now, I'm just trying to get my characters to 70. 80 will be like a different day. Diona's got some voice lines, though. Oh, just one new one. Coming to Cattail to serve as its bartender was really a prank on Diona's part, the first step in her master plan when patrons came in as they would enjoy her look at disgust to get ready for Diona's special. Here, drink this sea salt lizard and kiss your life as an alcoholic goodbye. So she would say thus running these booze hounds' appetites, and yet glug glug. Wow, I've never had such a wonderful drink. Can I get a refill, miss? You want a refill? To this day, Diana struggled with her unbroken record of mixing fine drinks. Unable to accept defeat, she has yet to give up her dream of producing something truly disgusting. However, the results are always the same, and Cat's Tail remains a popular watering hole with its pleased patrons singly praises unending of her skill. All poor Diana can do is puff up her cheeks, tears forming in her eyes as she grumbles, "Just you all wait." Gotta love Diona. Oh, she might have a voice line. Maybe she has a voice line about the fairy. Because we had that event. That would be cool. Oh, I have a lot of voice lines for her. Okay.
Diona, bartender of the Cat's Tail. I charge a hefty fee for private events. Huh? You didn't come here for a drink? Then I accept your invitation, I suppose. That stretch feels good. Lizard tail, pepper, star conch. What else do I need to create the most dreadfully disgusting cocktail? I wasn't wasn't waiting for you. I just happened to be resting. Rain! I hate rain. Let's go inside. I'm not scared of water. I just hate it when my clothes get wet. I'm not shaking. I'm not. Ooh, it's so cool to touch. Wow, it's so much fun. Ooh, look at the little white snowflakes dancing in the wind, to and fro, and oh, isn't it beautiful? Come on, sit with me. Watch. Come on, let's go bask in the sun a bit. If you aren't coming, I'll just go by myself. Last chance. Are you coming or not? Morning. Can you hand me that can of salted loach from the cabinet? Time to destroy the wine industry. What? Oh, no, you heard nothing. I was saving this can of fish for when I was really hungry. Stop looking at it like that. Okay. I'll let you have a little taste, but nothing more. I failed. Again. Everyone loved my drinks. Ah! Don't try to comfort me. I don't need comforting. Without cat vision, will you be okay walking home in the dark? If you need me to escort you... What? There's lights? Well, who said anything about escorting you? Go on now. My ears and tail are no prop. They're real. Proof of my cat's line bloodline. It's only weird to you because you've never seen it before. But why are you looking at me like that? Oh, fine. You could touch my ears for a second, but the tail is off limits. You want a non-alcoholic drink? No, that's not difficult, but it's meaningless. It doesn't have anything to do with my grand plan of destroying the wine industry of Mondstadt. I won't waste my time on such a drink. Hey, do you think there are any exotic plants in Dragonspine? Maybe something with a deadly bitterness? Or something that numbs your mouth upon contact? I'm gonna pick a lot, and then... When it comes to butterflies, I'm the best at pouncing on... catching them. Hey, not in a fun way. I catch butterflies to add a nasty taste to my cocktails. I'm not a cat. Life as a mixologist is very busy. When I'm not at the tavern, I'm out collecting ingredients for new recipes, so unless something is urgent, don't bother me. I enjoy hunting. I'm especially good at tracking down prey. But Daddy says that the wild is dangerous. One should only go deep into the forest with a reliable adult. You're a reliable adult, right? How can I make awful-tasting drinks? I had high hopes for the soy sauce, milk, giant chili, and dandelion seed cocktail. My most nightmarish combination to date. But even that was met with praise at the tavern. This is little Diona's best drink yet. Ooh! But I won't give up. Love to eat fish. The fish Daddy cooks is the best. A perfect main course. But eating fish as drunk food? That's absolute blasphemy. Carrots, potatoes, onions, tomatoes. Yeah, I don't like the taste of any of those vegetables. In fact, I don't eat vegetables at all. I just want to ask you this. Will you bring more of it next time? admit, that was pretty sweet. But that doesn't mean I haven't had sweeter. Hey! Ah! What do you take me for? Some sort of stray cat? Nah! Here you go. Fried fish with my special sauce. Relax, I didn't add anything strange. My cooking is actually really good when I want it to be. Stop talking and try it already. That's better. Oh, and, happy birthday! A cat's eyes can see even the most elusive prey in the dark. A cat's ears can hear even the softest footsteps on the ground. A cat's legs can climb even the tallest tree in all of Teyvat. Hiya! Pew pew! On the rocks! Shaken and stirred! Scratched ya! Think you can bully me? Diana Special! Can't handle your drink, huh? Look at you, booze hound! Ha! I'm here. Let's go, let's go. Whew. Whew. I'm flying. If it doesn't ruin a drink, it isn't treasure. So glittery. Must control urge to pounce. Potential treasure? All right, curiosity. You win again. I won't accept defeat. Meow. It's not over yet. Be more careful. Take a breather. Oh, I smell wine. Spring Fairy, don't leave me. Can't keep my eyes open. Got me that time. Where'd that come from? The hunt begins. Need my help as usual? Leave it to me.
All right. Oh, Fischl, you got so much. Fischl is the Princess Dervertalong who arrived here after being exiled from the otherworld in Morocco. She observes and weaves threads of fate together with her taking Night Raven familiar Oz, owing to reasons she cannot, and Oz will not explain. Fischl now serves the Adventurers Guild as an investigator. As an investigator for the Adventurers Guild, the single biggest advantage Fischl has over peers is Oz. My lady, please stop sending me out to spy on Storm Terror. That chap would eat me for breakfast. While so puny I probably wouldn't even get caught between his teeth, but anyway, I don't want to die. You're supposed to be my familiar. Not everyone gets to be the Princess and Dervertalong's familiar. Do you understand? Consider it your honor to dedicate your life in serving me. Fischl is able to see through Oz's eyes. Whenever she wants to, she possesses Oz and looks down upon the earth from the sky. Whether she wants to inspect the flora on the Storm Terror Mountains or observe a disturbance in Wolfendom, through Oz she can see anything and everything. Thanks largely her and her unique ability and to a lesser extent her own effort and peculiar personality, Fischl quickly went from rookie investigator of the Adventurers Guild to respected rising star of the organization. She certainly droned well for herself. She once landed the coveted position of investigator at age 14 in the first place because her parents managed to persuade the guild master. Then again, would they really have had to do much persuading if she's the Princess under Bertalong? One can only assume that would make them the Kauser under Karjan der Bertalong. I know I'm butchering the name. It said there is currently an official dictionary in circulation among the adventurers, namely a book that aims to translate Fischl's peculiar way of speaking into something more understandable. For example, I hear echoing in the mist of time, the burning winds of the old, all of which shape the spire forgotten in the torrents of karma, will translate into Sorter's lair. Servants of the Vertalong name, as you have requested, prepare to receive the great wisdom of the possession. Would be I look into that and let you know ASAP. Rejoice, O ye servants who long for the blessed of the possession. Venture now deep into the battlefield who with hearts of the tiger. Means that the initial investigative work has been completed. All has been written in this tome of dark prophecy. It simply means that her journal has been updated with the latest reports. However, the fictional dictionary is actually just an in-joke, not a real book. Does her familiar Fischl concentrate on what she means to say, not the way which she says it? She notices it takes as a sign of true respect. Haha, so you understand that fate does indeed bring kindred spirits together. Those who manage to adapt her speech mannerism when they speak to her will find she is both delighted and bashful and praises her language learning ability. A possession should always give praise wherever praise is due. Now let us converse some more. Do not be mistaken. These are the foundations of the new world. Oz and Princess Fischl are not only close friends but also servant and master with a shared soul and fate. Their first encounter was mentioned in Flowers for Princess Fischl 1 in Time Zertazong. When the lone pilgrim princess reached the kingdom of eternal twilight, the fate-resisting royals chose to deny everything in their desperation. They refused to recognize Fischl's noble stature and mission as the princess of Emerald Night, denied their 1,300,000 lineage as a branch of the royal family, and forsaken their own nobility and restraints as humans, dissolving into clumsy and vicious beasts in the place of twilight and amidst the teeth of the beast. The princess shed her sacred blood of the ancient emblem at the moment of her peril. The dark wings of the night ripped and strapped wounded princess from her despair and took her under its wings. Following the scene of her noble blood, Oswald Harvnovens, the king of ravens, came to the princess and pledged his eternal loyalty. There is a story that goes as following. A long time ago, in a place far, far away, there was a tiny little girl. The girl's parents were busy adventurers. She spent most of her childhood in the literary library, traversing the countless universes that contained the pages of the library books. She became the ruler of the Mark Knight, summoned thundering retribution as a royal princess, and founded a soul bound with a raven. What books did you read today? Her parents asked her, one of the rare occasions that they were home between adventures. She proceeded to tell them the story she read from her favorite stories, and he said, Fischl von Lofsgalis Narfadort, you are the Prinzessin der Vertalong, my proud daughter. You shall never surrender your nobility and dreams. Oh, that's a lovely story. Since you like it so much, how about I call you Fischl, too? Her father smiled, put his hand on her head, and repeated the words from the story to her. Fischl, you are my wonderful princess, and I'm my proud daughter. You should never surrender your nobility and dreams. Those kind living rooms lit up her world. However, the time with her busy parents was always fleeting. Unable to fit with her peers due to her obsession with fantasy novels, she felt lonely and sad. All these times, she would remind herself, I am Fischl, my daddy's wonderful princess. It's true because mommy and daddy said so. Never will I surrender my nobility and dreams, for they are a princess rite of passage. And the little black box, white boxes are her actual name, which her real name is actually Amy. Just like the universe of flowers for Princess Fischl, entrope begot destruction. In other words, the girl who loved to dream grew up. On her 14th birthday, those of her peers who refused to accompany her quirks belittled her once more. This is but a minor setback for the noble princess. My parents will understand, she thought to herself. For if she knew one thing, it was that a princess she could never surrender her nobility and dreams. But when she threw herself into her parents' arms in need of comfort, she was met instead with gentle words of exasperation. You're 14 years old now. It's fun to make believe, but eventually you have to grow up and put your childish dreams behind you. And that the same voice that had once lit her world now tore it apart. That day at midnight, she hid herself in the library she knew too well. So well, she had a strange feeling that she was being watched. Suddenly she heard an otherworldly flapping of wings. Sure enough, she looked up, and her red, swollen eyes met with those of a night raven from another world. What transpired afterwards was another story. Visual most likely doesn't much like this story, thinking about it causes her to feel suffocating pain and soul devouring loneliness. Maybe one day this story will be written, but that would be a story not Fischl's. Fischl has one identity, she's the princessin. As long as she remembers the simple and perfect logic with a little bit of nobility and touch of kindness from others, nothing can ever hurt her. Thanks for looking up for Princess and Fischl these days. Not only does she have Oz, but she has finally a traveler who, just like her, comes from a different world. Flowers for Princess and Fischl, Phantasmagoria. The novel series Flower for Princess Fischl is available as a collectible set. Due to the tiny numbers in circulation, it is a priceless commodity amongst loyal fans of the author. But no matter how elegant these works are aesthetically, their worldview remains incredibly bleak. Every good, bright, and noble thing must eventually fall to inexorable entropic destruction, and the final distinction of the universe is the realm in waiting of the princessin Emerald Right. This is the fate of all worlds of the universe and all who live in it, and the princessin and her loyal companion, the night-severing raven Oz, Oswald Harnovens, are the world beasts who will swallow all dreams. At the very end, at the end of karma itself, she will grant all the gathered souls her benediction and use her thundering retribution to cleanse all that is ugly and wicked. The princessin will then set her own heart ablaze, and the universe will be born anew in its mortal light. But before all this can come to pass, the princessin must first roam many universes and see countless new sights. Thus it's perfect within the spirits of the original work, and the princessin should be stuck as an investigator for the Adventurers Guild in a slight backward world, just a little twist of fate, nothing more. The princessin will come to understand someday that each moment of her life, no matter how insignificant their little twist could be, is to be treasured. After all, the princessin's very own Phantasmagoria is made of ones such as these. So is Oz just an imaginary friend who only exists in a fragment of Fischl's subconscious? Our story begins with the royal heirloom Eldenstein der Duckenheld, that is to say, Fischl's vision. When her wish was acknowledged, the raven Oz and her vision both appeared before her eyes. That night at dinner, Oz got on most well with Fischl's parents. Mean Kaiser und Kaiserin der Vertelung, forgive mine overstep, but the beams in your house are too delicious. Oh, then please help yourself. This is the first time Little has met a friend she can bring over to dinner since she turned 14. This is a special occasion. What are you saying? One does not simply convert with the plebeians? And that's what happened. For all instant and purposes, it seems that the Kaiser and Kaiserin der Vertelung could both see Oz and both believe Oz to be the princessin's first friend. As for the adventurer who bears the world curses, the visitor from outer worlds, and the strange face-shaped emergency substance, they would become the princessin's new friends, though that would happen even further in the future. So the world's curses, Bennett, and the visitor from outer worlds, Traveler, and the strange face-shaped emergency substance would be Paimon. So yeah, they're talking about Bennett, Traveler, and Paimon at the end there. Hold on, blue screen for a second. Okay, yeah, we're good. Let's see. I think Fischl, Sincho, Zinyan, Bennett are the only ones that have like a full thing. Okay, hopefully her voice lines aren't too long.
I, Fischl, Prinzessin der Verherthelung, descend upon this land by the call of fate and... Oh, you are also a traveler from another world? Very well. I grant you permission to travel with me.
She means nice to meet you.
I hear the voice of fate, speaking my name in humble supplication. May the glory of the Prinzessin bring light to this world. I do worry about the well-being of my retinue during my impromptu absence.
I'm sure the good people of the Adventurers Guild are absolutely fine, mein Fräulein.
Oh, the sun's out. Oh, this meteorological transformation is most splendid. Like a felicitous twist of fate in the face of certain doom. Hark! 'Tis thundering retribution. An omen of dark times ahead.
That, and mein Fräulein's laundry is still on the line.
What? Seriously? A wonderful sight indeed. Why, it reminds me of my homeworld, where at the sight of the Prinzessin der Verurteilung, the very blood and tears of sinners turn to ice. Achoo! Achoo!
Not only their blood and tears, but also their saliva and mucus, mein Fräulein.
Oz? Ozzy, my dear familiar.
Ozzy? What's gotten into you?
Her Majesty beseeches you to unfurl your blessed wings, and with them blot out the heavens, plunging the world into eternal night.
If you didn't bring your parasol with you, that's your own fault, mein Fräulein.
Dusk and dawn, but fleeting shadows are. Once more, the twists of fate have led you into my everlasting night.
Good morning. Mein Fräulein heard you'd be dropping by, so she's preparing breakfast.
Oz! To what do I owe the pleasure? Even one of royal blood finds oneself susceptible to drowsiness at this hour. The stars of firmament are naught but rifts, thrust open by Oz's beak into the boundless tapestry of darkness.
You do say the strangest things, mein Fräulein.
Sweet shall be thy sleep, spared of the mares of the night, for no nightmares would dare draw near to those who are blessed by the Immernachash.
She means good night.
Me? Remember thou this, that I, Fischl, am the Prinzessin der Verurteilung, sovereign of the Immernachash, omniscient and imminent judge of all the world's iniquity.
She's an investigator for the Adventurers Guild.
That is but one of my many royal engagements. You and I are both travelers from another world. That our paths have crossed here is no accident, but the will of fate. You seem troubled. Traveler, do not lose heart. For with my left eye, the Aug der Verurteilung, which sees the threads of fate, I will surely keep you from harm. And Oz, the raven that has witnessed the demise of countless worlds, will watch over you on your journey. Should this world, like a beast prowling in the night, covet your dreams, then I, Prinzessin der Verurteilung, shall fell it with my ensorcelled arrows of judgment. Oz, my loyal companion, that we should have met this person, one who hails from another world as I do. Perhaps even cruel fate has deigned to smile upon me, though sin courses through my veins. If I am indeed destined to remain here, in this inescapable prison that is reality, at least...
I understand, mein Fräulein. In this traveler, Fräulein has found one who will never forsake her.
Osvaldo von Hafnweins. I, the Prinzessin der Verurteilung, sovereign of the Immernachash, do hereby call upon thee to do all within thy power, to deliver the traveler from the claws of fate that would seek to snatch them at every turn, and to ready thy mind lest thou be required to make the ultimate sacrifice in the performance of this noblest of duties.
You'd place my life in danger so easily, mein Fräulein?
Oh? You inquire about my Edelstein der Dunkelheit? It is a royal heirloom, a ceremonial ornament that displays the majesty of the Prinzessin der Verurteilung before the unworthy. Even here, in this fallen world, I have been reunited with my rightful inheritance as one of royal blood and noble spirit. for the majesty of a true princess, shall draw her royal heirlooms unto her wherever so she may roam. If one must reckon time as this world does, I, Fischl, have already seen 3,000 winters. Not that the illusory passage of time has any bearing on one such as I, to whom the causality of 3,000 universes has been unveiled.
Be that as it may, mein Fräulein, you are not yet considered to be of drinking age in this world, and no bartender can ever be convinced otherwise.
Oz's full name is Osvaldo von Hafnavines. Where I hail from, he holds dominion over star and sky across 3 universes, and the souls of the mighty, fallen in battle, rest in the shadow of his wings. One should add that the penalty for mispronouncing his name is to have one's tongue torn from one's mouth. However, as I am a princess and you are one who has my favor, we are at liberty to simply call him Oz. Oh, the ill-starred young man. My Og de Verurthelung has seen with unmistakable clarity how his heart ails at being forsaken by the world.
Someone needs to keep an eye on the unlucky fellow.
The Magus Custodian of Books, gatekeeper of universal knowledge. Win her trust and one may yet gain access to a vast repository of wisdom.
She means, as long as you return your first few library books on time, you'll never have any trouble borrowing a book again.
His nature is obscure, his fate a mystery, and his speech a vexing tapestry woven of both fact and fiction. Perhaps he and I share the burden of mystical sight.
Or perhaps he's secretly an actual pirate.
Ah, yes. Mona, the mighty astrologer. Mona, who once had the vanity to probe the fate of the Prinzessin de Verurthelung herself. She wound up a trembling wreck, overborne and overmastered.
The poor lass was trying desperately not to laugh. It was no easy task.
One finds Sister Rosaria to be a most devout believer in the Animo Archon.
Devout believer, mein Fräulein?
Indeed. One night I heard her invoking the name of the Archon thus in another's presence. May you be struck down in the name of Lord Barnabas. One presumed that she was leading a prayer. To condemn the guilty, to sanctify the just, and to draw all castaway dreams into the embrace of the infinite Immernachtreich. This is the birthright of the Prinzessin de Verurthelung, and her burden. None may gainsay it. My left eye. It is the all-seeing Aug de Verurthelung, which reveals all that is true in the world. As to the question of why I conceal it, well, would you willingly bear the agony of piercing to the heart of all truths? Furthermore, the world would lose much of its appeal if wholly stripped of delusion and falsehood. Storm Terror? Why, one never would have thought that a being that one might have kept as her pet could, in this world, be capable of causing such calamity. Pitiable are the incompetents of this world.
That said, mein Fräulein, were you not beside yourself with worry for everyone's safety during said calamity?
That is because the Prinzessin de Verurthelung has the solemn duty to safeguard the souls of all, be they petty beings or not.
Some people address her by other names, but to me, the one who gave me life and bestowed my powers upon me is Fischl, and none other. All things considered, Fischl is the name that most aptly captures her identity. Seriously, don't call her anything else or...
Oh, how one's royal ears do burn. Pray tell, what is the matter which you discuss so furtively?
Midnight Phantasmagoria, mein Fräulein, and the majesty of the Varutalong name.
Why must the Prinzessin der Verirrtelung punish sin? Because sin defies fate's rightful decree, of course. And of course, fate brought you here, so... It was fate that saw to your descent upon this world. Destiny that saw our paths intertwined. I, Fischl, shall always protect you. Because fate has revealed to me that this is what has been decreed. I, Fischl, have roamed the galaxy and traversed countless worlds. I have learned the fate of 10,000 universes, and have had revealed unto me the destiny of every living soul.
Mein Fräulein reads a lot of novels. My name, Oz, is from one of her favorites.
What does it take to rile a princess? If you must know, it is those who cannot recognize my true identity. But it is no great loss, for solitude is the noble's lot, so long as I do not lose the nobility of my soul. What is food but the shackles of mortal flesh? But if the Prinzessin der Verirrtelung should reckon any morsel worthy, then it must be the tears of sinners and the tongues of liars.
Has mein Fräulein lost her appetite for the Mitternachtbrot des Sommernachtgartens?
That is merely to provide mine earthly vessel with such sustenance as it doth require to perform its royal duties.
I believe I know the answer to this one.
Indeed you do, Oz. Ah, that poor mortal coil, mutilated by bondage unnatural.
It will never again fly as I do.
Deprived of the humble coif with which it was born to gaze in awe at the majesty of its monarch. Surely it is a glimpse of my homeworld's hell in the flesh. The name of the dish escapes me.
Something, madame, isn't it?
Such an exquisite delicacy is worthy of being served in the Garten Sanssouci.
Mein Fräulein says that she thoroughly enjoys your delicious cooking.
To vanquish the beast of the world, one must first rise above mundane desires, thus weaving the path that leads to destiny.
And yet, on this occasion, you appear to have eaten your fill, mein Fräulein.
Ugh. Why dost thou insist on raining down chaos and destruction in the presence of your Prinzessin?
Mein Fräulein does not care a great deal for this dish. My apologies.
To vanquish the beast of the world, one must first rise above mundane desires, thus weaving the path that leads to destiny.
And yet, on this occasion, you appear to have eaten your fill, mein Fräulein.
Well, if today is truly the anniversary of your birth, it shan't do for me not to mark the occasion. You have my full attention. Speak. Speak to me of your wishes, that which you most desire to fulfill during your fleeting and harsh existence in this wretched world. Whatever that wish may be, even if perchance...
She means happy birthday, and if you want, she can...
Silence, Oz! My magic arrow cries out my holy name as it streaks through the night, praying that the violet lightning of retribution shall strike the enemies of fate down from the skies.
Quite awe-inspiring, mein Fräulein. Since it's nearly dinner time, perhaps you might shoot a pigeon down while you're at it.
With this, I may more fully manifest my majesty as Prinzessin der Verirrtelung, and defeat that sworn enemy of fate named reality.
It will also be of use in your work for the Adventurers Guild, mein Fräulein.
Rejoice, else tremble in fear. Whenceforth springs this call to mirth and misery, you ask? Let it be known that I, the Prinzessin der Verirrtelung, sovereign of the Immernachish, have peered forth with my leftmost eye into the tapestry of fate that doth make up the universe, and beheld its every warp, weft, and dangling orphaned thread. By royal decree, Oz, reveal thyself. I summon thee.
No rest for the wicked.
Wings of darkness, come, sever night from day. Midnight phantasmagoria. Shadow Raven, let night fall.
As you wish, mein Fräulein. Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Destiny has brought me hither. What trinkets lie veiled within this desolate plain? Cry out my illustrious name. Doth thou wish to witness my true power?
Mein Fräulein, should you fall...
This cruel fate befits not one of royal blood. Allow me!
Mein Fräulein, your presence is urgently required.
This realm is no home for a princess. One shall descend once again.
Mein Fräulein.
The insubordination! In the name of the Prinzessin.
Behold, the Prinzessin der Verirrtelung.
The threads of your fate lie in my hands.
Alright. Alright, so Xingqiu, Xinyan, and Bennett are going to be long ones. But after that, we'll go back on the short streak again. So we're about finishing up on voice lines. And I think once I'm done with voice lines, I'll just call it there. Because probably by the time I get done, it's going to be like 4 hours. But I really needed to do this, go through the voice lines before I level them up. Every merchant in Leeway Harbor knows of Xingqiu from the Feian Convince Guild. All he is a kind and well-mannered young man who is an excellent student, a top talent in every sense, and the second-born son of the family. Xingqiu is not required to shoulder the burden of managing the guild's affair. However, Xingqiu possesses a unique scholarly talent among his peers. That is, the offspring of Leeway's wealthiest merchants, and was often praised by his tutors as a young student. Xingqiu's elder brother, while learning the family business from their father, firmly believed that Xingqiu would become a great asset to the business one day. However, little did he know that Xingqiu, after finishing the dauntingly thick volumes on commerce and philosophy, would hollow them out and sneak martial art novels into them, which he read insistently thereafter. Sometimes Xingqiu suddenly disappears for hours at a time with no explanation. When asked why, he simply replied, "A moment of solitude." To Xingqiu, a moment of solitude can mean all sorts of things. Example include visiting Wanwen Book House to pursue the latest novels, and going to Hin Yu Tea House to sample Yu Jin's latest drink. Sometimes it means that he's off to fight for justice in the name of chivalry, defeating bandits on the road, driving away monsters, helping distressed children by fetching their kites from the treetops. These are all manners of responsibility that fall into the category of chivalry, inspired by tropes from his beloved martial art novels, such as the king who wears a disguise and mingles with the common folk. Xingqiu does not hesitate to leverage the power of the Feian Commerce Guild to resolve more complex issues when violence isn't the answer. One day Xingqiu's older brother came looking for him, only to find he wasn't around. When Xingqiu later returned, he came across his brother in the hallway. "Your room was a mess, so I cleaned it up. Listen, both you and I are responsible for the reputation from its Commerce Guild. We have to act the part. If you can't clean up a room, how will you clean up the world?" An adeptus once said. After half an hour of lecturing, Xingqiu was finally let go, but his brother said something strange at the end. "I'll not enter your room without permission next time. I'll make sure the maids do the same. Xingqiu had no idea what he was talking about. However, as his brother turned away with the despondent look upon his face, he muttered to himself, "Those books under his bed. No, I shouldn't go looking at those kinds of books. They are... Xingqiu is growing up after all. Don't want to be lecturing him all the time. Puberty, perhaps?" Afterwards, even Xingqiu found it odd, expecting that one of the maids would have something to say about the stash of martial art novels under his bed. He had long since prepared his response, but in the end, no one bothered to check his room again. Ooh. I mean, there's a few martial arts stuff that, like, oh, Grand Demonic Grandmaster Cultivations, Heaven Special Blessings, where it's got martial arts in it, but romance too. I wonder if he. I wonder. Oh my goodness, that's funny. That's funny. Okay, to keep Xingqiu from spending his whole day at Wangwen Bookhouse in Fian Slope, his father agreed to let him learn martial arts from the Guo clan. Much to his dismay, Xingqiu quickly discovered that Guo was a dying art that had been in constant decline for years. There was no proper tuition, and it turned out the luxury dojo he had signed up to didn't even belong to the clan. They had just rented it temporarily to keep up appearances. Xingqiu's father was, of course, fully aware of the state of affairs and events. To him, the thing was just for fun. He thought Xingqiu would be content to learn a spot of blade work for show, not for serious self-defense. He hadn't counted on the prodigy, intelligent and extremely well-bred Xingqiu being an outstanding talent in Guo, as he was in every other discipline he had turned his hand to. A combination of his own intuition and extensive knowledge of ancient literature meant he was able to completely revitalize the dead art. Xingqiu was disappointed by Guo's martial arts program at the beginning, but he found other tricks they taught to be exactly what he had hoped for. Quick lime, smoking sand, paper fish, sword swallowing, fire breathing. Xingqiu was a spoil it for choice. He decided on the spot that he would learn them all, no matter how long it would take him. He reasoned that they would be useful to have in his repertoire during his future exploit as a chivalrous hero. There are two sides to the swashbuckling Xingqiu's personality. While quiet and unassuming in front of strangers, he is gregarious and chatty in the company of close friends and family. Though more restrained than his other brother, he even has a playful and mischievous side. The one who usually bears the brunt of his bizarre sense of humor is someone named Chong Yun, an exorcist usually found on one of the forest trails around Liyue. Chong Yun, I found a haunted house for you to practice in. Chong Yun, you have to believe me, it wasn't me who laid the traps inside that haunted house. What? It's not haunted? Well, I couldn't have known that, could I? Chong Yun, don't glare at me like that. Look, you're injured. You better just lie there and get some rest. Tell you what, Chong Yun, we have a maid who learned the art of essential oil therapy in an old man's house in Sumeru. How about I ask her to tend your wounds? You owe me for this, though. poor Chong Yun. The notion of chivalry means different things to different people. Chivalry means listening to your conscience calling you to action when you see an injustice, right? Or is chivalry simply about knowing right from wrong? No, that's not enough. It must have been something about being a righteous person. To Xingqiu, chivalry simply means be good and do good. As the son of a wealthy merchant in Liyue Harbor, he was born to ride the waves in the world of trade. Notions of chivalry should have gradually left him as he grew up. However, obtaining a vision changed everything. It means he was finally able to accomplish those legendary deeds he could only dream of as a child. Of course, there's no way he can completely divest himself of his duties in the guild, but so long as he gets to go out and be the hero occasionally, he is perfectly content with his life. The only thing that can wipe the smile from Xingqiu's face is when cynics question the true motives of chivalrous heroes. Rank, reputation, reward, shadowy deals. Whenever Xingqiu hears people smearing the name of true heroes, the expression on his face may not change, but he will be sure to add that person to the special section of his blacklist reserved for people he despises more than even carrots. Xingqiu once wrote a martial arts novel named A Legend of Sword, based on his own experience, including intended to publish it in Liyue Harbor. To his surprise, his manuscript was rejected by local publishing houses who believed that no one would have had interest in a story with a setting as wildly unrealistic as the plot is banal. Undeterred, Xingqiu had a few copies printed privately and secretly placed them on the shelves of Wangwen Bookhouse during one of his many trips there, but just as the publisher had suspected, it failed to garner much interest from readers. This was quite a blow to Xingqiu's confidence. Unbeknownst to him, however, a passing merchant from Inazuma did purchase a copy to bring home, where it received rave reviews. Writers the region over attempted to copy the success of A Legend of Sword, but none succeeded in maintaining permanent residency in the #1 bestseller spot to this day. The martial arts school known as the Guha clan had been in decline for several hundred years now. In its heyday, the name of the clan rung like steel throughout the harbor. It was said that the clan harbored three great secret arts: the ways of the light piercer for polearms, rain cutter for swords, and life endure for those who excelled in both. The three arts would be refined over the generation and with time would reach their apex, yet the clan's strength would continue to wane, leading them for them losing their influence. The three arts became diamonds hidden in the rough, quietly awaiting a successor. After many years, the Guha clan would finally get one in Xingqiu. It was he who successfully grasped the ancient martial principle after merely 4 years of study. The Guha weapon art stress using the weapon as an extension of her body, and indeed this is a common idea amongst the various schools of martial arts in Liyue. But the way Xingqiu saw it, the basis of the polearm and sword was the use of a vision. Martial arts were meant to see a vision as an extension of themselves and see their weapon as an extension of the vision. Hence, he says, the art of both the polearm and the sword are just the art of the eye. Having come to this epiphany, my bad, Xingqiu took up a quill and penned a verse on the martial principle. Reading it, the Guha head was shaken with tears, declaring that it is not Xingqiu who needs the Guha clan, but the Guha clan that needs Xingqiu. Since then, the verse has been sealed up at the clan headquarters at Wangshu Hall. Disciples are proscribed from reading it, much less outsiders. The verse reads thus: Guha arts I have studied long, in its secret I am trained now. Its long lost steps fall upon me like the coming of blessed rain. The beating heart of Guha's sword art is a shower of floating flowers. One amidst may seize a bloom, but those without read only doom. The Guha lance is a lantern's dance, like flames in the night's deep gleaming like sparks. They scatter with ease in the dark, then join like the daybreak looming. They say the sword is your arm, I say its glint in the beholder's eye. I like the bright dawn coming. I like the bright dawn coming. Those who wander are burdened, not freely they cut rein, and enlightened they pierce light like a snaking dragon. They cannot subdued in their right eye the blade, and in the other the spear. This text should have been a free for all to read. The only reason why it was sealed and it's is the dreadful handwriting. Dang.
Xingqiu, at your service, my liege. I humbly trust that even one such as I, a mere bookworm, may yet prove to be of some utility under your wise leadership. Nice. I don't often get a chance to speak with such formality. It felt pretty good. 'Twas on a deserted moonlit night that the hero approached the vile dragon's limpid lair. I never embark on a journey without a good book to accompany me. Now, this is what I call a moment of solitude. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Wow. Huh? All will be revealed in the next volume? Oh, drat. If my calculations are correct, Wanwen Bookhouse is due to receive a batch of new releases today. Might we add a small detour to our adventure? My family makes ornate umbrellas that block neither rain nor shine. Their sole purpose is for decoration upon a wall. Good. The rain has stopped. Any longer, my books would have gotten wet. Only when it snows like this would I prefer to be at home than in a bookstore, where there is a well-stocked fireplace at home, while there is no fire allowed in bookstores. Great weather for practicing martial arts, but perfect weather for reading. Hey, what's that ridiculous look for? You look as if you're trying to decipher some strange text written on my forehead. Morning. The morn hours are precious. Spend them on that which matters to you. I am uninclined to eat a heavy meal this luncheon, but instead indulge in some baked treats. As long as I eat in the study, my father and brother never have to know. Oh, you want to join me? Well, as long as you don't get crumbs on the books, I suppose it's fine. What say you we snatch a few fireflies and read in the light they give? Hey, I'm joking. Seriously, don't. It's bad for your eyesight. You will find me in the same place as ever tomorrow. So I'll see you then. Unless you manage to get lost on the way. I always have to put on an act around other people, because they see me as only the second son of the Feiyun Commerce Guild. It's a relief that I can just be myself around you. I think it's because you don't see me in the same way. I would say we are book buddies. Huh? Combat? Guhua clan? Comrades in arms? What on earth are you talking about? I told you that's our little secret. We should become sworn siblings. Let's go to the altar at Dreyung Karst. Nope, no ifs, no buts. You know too much about me. You know the real me, the one I normally have to hide. I simply can't let you go until you promise me you will go through with it. There aren't many records on matters concerning visions, but I do have a passage dedicated to the topic in my collection of ancient texts. I can lend it to you if you want. I've come to an epiphany based on some things I've been reading. Ultimately, the arts of both the polearm and the sword are just the art of hand-eye coordination. It's a little difficult to explain. If you want to know more, come with me to Wangshan Hall. But first, you have to promise me you won't laugh. Must-see places in Liyue? That's a tough question. The place I would miss the most if it disappeared would be the Wanwen Bookhouse, first and foremost. The Guhua sect would be in the top 10, too. I used to like rabbits, but I'm more a fan of stags now. To me, the saying, "May my final stand be a monument to chivalry," is about abandoning worldly possessions and reaching enlightenment. But the stag's final resting place represents the hope for life anew. Oh, how I'd love to see it again. I have great respect for Lady Beidou. I just wish she wouldn't call me kid and ruffle my hair each time she sees me. In her capacity as a Tianquan, I'm obliged to respect her. Otherwise, it could create issues for my father and brother. On a personal level, let me think. I think I will go with no comment. I shan't speak ill of others.
Hey, welcome back, Julius. And yeah, only six of them outside the from Cloud Retainer after. I guess because, you know, since I switched to a new PS4, they have the stuff reset, so I'm taking advantage of it and just getting a refresher on their thing, I think. Or I might not have done their voice lines at all. Like, I really don't remember hearing Singto's voice lines, honestly.
Dear Chongyun, though he understands me quite well, one has to exercise caution when teaming up with him to go on a quest. He is making good progress in the martial arts, but I would say he hasn't quite internalized the chivalric code yet. He needs more practice. Especially at eating spicy food. When Yunjin drinks a beverage she is fond of, she will be inspired to write a new play. So, I keep a jar of tea leaves under my bed at all times, ready to deliver to her on the day that her inspiration dries up. This way, I shall never run out of heroic tales to listen to. Ah yes, the young lady who is now the master of the Wangshen funeral parlor. If you're asking what I think about her as a person, well, there are all sorts of rumors about the way she works. But I think if you really want to understand someone, you need to find out what they are really after. I've always thought there is more to Chi-Chi than meets the eye. But it's impossible to have a conversation with her when Baiju's around. We could wait till Baiju makes a home call to one of his other patients and corner her. When you first spot Xiangling out and about, the first thing you should do is check the look on her face. Especially when she's just coming back from collecting new ingredients. The more excited she looks, the more dangerous it is to approach. Because if she sees you, she'll force you to taste test her latest concoction. I usually get Chongyun to handle these situations. Where does Xinyan perform? Anywhere from Churro Rock to Yujing Terrace. No spot is untouched by her disruptive presence. A quiet day when I can curl up with a good book is a rare treasure indeed. I've thought of all the illustrations I want for each major event in the next 3 volumes. I should write my thoughts down before I forget them, and send them to Mr. Prince. My father and brother entertained that gentleman as a guest once. From the way they were acting, he must be a very high-profile figure indeed. I also heard that he directs funerals for the Adepti, so he must surely have great depth to his character. We should do some digging and see what we can find out about him. I find that Miss Shenhe seems to look at me somewhat fiercely, so I daren't approach her lightly. Bizarre. Did I inadvertently upset her? Or maybe upset someone close to her? Have you heard the expression, same person, different face? Miss Yelan gives me precisely this feeling. When she came to visit my family, my father and brother treated her with respect, and she was pleasant and polite in return. She seemed like a kind and mature young lady to me, but when I saw her elsewhere, she gave a completely different impression. Gaming's work has all the trappings of a chivalric hero. Picture the scene. On a dark and moonless night, a lone young figure clad in black stands fearless on a secluded country road. They say his mastery of the martial arts is unparalleled, and the mythical beast by his side always does his bidding. Bandits and brigands beware, for none who challenge him come away unscathed. When he has the time, I'd love to hear more about his experiences as a guard. You should come along too. Are you keeping well, my liege? If you have no other matters to attend to, might I recommend a trip to the Wanwen Bookhouse? You ask why I enjoy reading in solitude? Studiousness can hardly be considered a bad habit. There's not much more to it than that, really. Your schedule is free today? Wonderful. I am ready to leave whenever you are. My book? Oh, never mind that. I can always pick up where I left off when I get back. But those in distress who need our assistance cannot afford to wait. You feel inspired, you say? You want to write a martial arts detective novel based on our adventures together? And you want to call it The Chronicles of Wanwen? It's a good idea, it really is. But I'll have to decline. I'm sorry. Yes, really. A weaver of verses who draws from an ocean of expression. That's the reputation I aspire to. But you're the only person I can share that with. I am actually writing a novel, but I can't let you see it. Not yet. The time will come, though. You'll be able to read it when it's on sale in bookstores all over Lille. Evidently, my hobby is reading. I'll read anything and everything. What's that mischievous grin for? Oh, that's between the two of us, okay? It's not appropriate to discuss it out loud. There's no point in bringing it up anyway. What annoys me? Well, one day my brother will inherit the family business. What will happen to me then? I fear my current carefree existence would... Oh, no. It's not about my status or anything like that. I don't care for that kind of thing. I think my brother is something of a simpleton, and I would probably end up having to do most of his job for him. I like baked goods and US-style seafood. Probably because I'm used to quite a bland diet at home. I hate carrots. When I was young, my mother would mash them up into... Ugh, I can't go on. Just thinking about it makes me feel sick. I need only sample this delight but once for its aroma to remain forever in my memory. With cooking skills as good as yours, it'd be a waste not to open a restaurant. Wouldn't you agree? I couldn't possibly, but Please, you eat your fill. I insist. Ahem. May this day of your birth be filled with much mirth. According to historical records, Tiancheng's stone bridge was formed by a fallen rock spirit thrown by the Geo-Archon Morax in battle. If you walk along the bridge on your birthday and throw some more into the sea from both sides, you will be blessed in the coming year. Your birthday only comes once a year, so be quick about it if you want to go. I'm not kidding, it's true. Go try it and you'll see. Were it not for my capability, the cause that so inspires me would remain confined to the pages that extol its virtues. Had I no moral compass, my efforts would have been misguided. Doomed to grasp at shadows, while missing the substance, I would have become a Philistine that seeks only violence. There is a cause that I seek to champion, yet few in alilyah share my aspiration. This I have known for a long time, for it is a path I have walked for many years. Rain outlines your fate. Huh? No, my sword! Witness the power of Guhua! Let me weave you a verse. Rain cutter! Body and mind. Time to act. Excellent! Treasure hunting, a valiant endeavor. I hope we find long-lost ancient literature. Change of plans. I can no longer hold back. May my final stand be a monument to chivalry. Come, I have devised a plan. Tread carefully. I have taught you everything I know. The brightest flames burn fastest. I am outplayed. A minor setback. I let my guard down. Not good. May knowledge guide you. Chivalry will never die. For justice.
Alright, blue screen for a second. Okay, yeah, we're good. Alright, so Zinyan and Venner are going to be another 2 long ones, and then it'll be quick after that again. Once I get done with voice lines, I'll just burn my resin on, I don't know. Rock and roll orientations in Fontaine, and is just starting to find its feet in Leeway Harbor, where Zinyan is pioneering the art every night. She slings on her self-built instrument, steps onto her self-constructed stage, and plays her self-composed songs to a crowd of enthusiastic supporters. Her music reflects her personality, bold and defiant, loud and proud. She is no virtuoso, but this doesn't bother her dedicated fans one bit, as they let loose and enjoy the show, singing their hearts out and shaking off the stress of the day. In the heated moment, the fire that leaps from Zinyan's vision seems ready to turn night into day. She is a rare rock and roll talent and a master performer who really knows how to create an atmosphere, said a review of one of her live shows in the Steambird. Living in Leeway is expensive, especially when you want to enjoy the finer things in life, but as Zinyan would say, those tied down by worldly worries, if you know how to rock, then it's easier to roll. Zinyan does not adhere to traditional performances, nor at all. Anything can be used as her instrument. The pillars on stage, the floorboards, the cheers, the yells of the audience, and even the explosions and sparks created by her visions are all valid brushes with which she paints her performance. The impromptu stage often starts to burn somewhere where the halfway mark of the performance till all that's left is a smoking pile of charcoal. After many warnings of the Millets were finally forced to tighten their patrol and try to find ways to stop Xinian from staging her performances, the subsequent battle of wits tended to turn out in Xinian's favor. She was often able to find a place to perform, set up a stage with a frightening speed, and begin a raucous night, a ruckus night with her audience. The more reliable word on the street is that many patrolling Millets were themselves infected by the spirit of rock and roll, becoming her loyal fans in the process. Xinian would get to wind of the Millets' latest patrol plans for these friends of rock, and was thus able to avoid their eyes with ease, eventually tiring the lack of result, and absent any evidence that anyone was harmed during Xinian's performance, the Millets came to adopt a one eye open, one eye shut approach to her actions. Whew. Okay, Xinian is tall, has a sharp gaze, and always wears her stage costume in public to help her to keep herself in the right mood in her music. In the eye of bystanders, this makes her quite the imposing sight as she walks down the street, and many assume she means trouble. When she lines up to buy a snack, people in front of her on the quay will panic and move all out of her way. If she happens to lock eyes with a young child, even for a brief moment, they will run crying for their parents. Even when she has done nothing at all, Xinian is most suspected of wrongdoing, purely because her fierce appearance makes her look like some sort of heinous villain in the eyes of some people. Xinian didn't care all that much about how other people saw her, but she did think that it was a good thing to scare others and make trouble for them. If she could come to help it, thus she constantly looked for ways to make a change. Every day when she woke up in the morning, she would look at herself in the mirror and message her face with her fingers to stretch and relax her eyes a little bit. A little. She would even practice smiling and study expressions, verbal and facial alike, of great elegance. After a significant amount of practice, she often came across a group of children bullying another child, and instantly she went over to rescue the bullied child. She gave the kid what she thought was a friendly smile and a gentle pat on the head. To say that the said child quiet down after that would be not incorrect. However, the reality of the matter was that the child had stopped their frozen fear as urine dribbled down their pants. As for the would-be bullies, they screamed and fled in panic. Run, run, the angry lady turned into a monster. She's just gonna eat us all. Hey, I ain't gonna eat y'all. And I ain't no monster either, but it was no avail. The moment she raised her voice, all her hard work was undone. Aw, poor Xinian. Definitely getting like the Golden Archipelago reminder. Xinian has one standard by which she judges all things. Is it or isn't it rock and roll? All that is just and upright, standing up for those who have been wronged, taking up challenges is rock and roll, and all that is responsible. Fearing the wicked oppression of the kind, drifty tricks, scheming ways is not rock and roll. Rock is the spirit of rebellion and resistance, yes, but partially immortal acts are nonetheless not rock and roll. Xinian reserves the right to make these judgments, and whether these judgments are based on results or the mood or the difference between the things covered by those two opposing terms is clear. The only catch is that these standards sound odd in certain contexts due to her fierce appearance. Xinian nearly has no friends, with Xingling of Wanman Restaurant being one of the few exceptions of whom she can speak most freely. Xinian has a special reason for coming to Wanman Restaurant for musical inspiration. Whenever Xingling is researching new recipes, others may run for the hills, but not Xinian. She intentionally eats all the experimental products, and amid the taste bud explosion that results from the never-foreseen flavors, inspiration flows to her mind. Tell you what, Xingling, that dish rocked. Though Xinian considered this to be the highest praise, Xingling finds it a little hard to be happy about such ratings. The eternal subject of rock and roll is resistance. The thing that Xinian resists is not concert thing, but rather the conception shackles of prejudice. She was born into a poor family, and her parents placed great stock in her, giving her the best of what little they had in hopes that she would be able to rise to become a phoenix. Of course, this phoenix would have to be something that they would recognize, but things don't always turn out as planned. Xenia grew up to be taller than most girls, and her looks was far from anything that might be considered cute, nor she was good at any of the feminine arts, whether it was cooking, chores, or needlework. So, since her childhood was so deeply impacted by such prejudice, Indian understands how terrifying they could be, yet becoming rock and roll star has not caused her to give up on other arts. This is not only because she hates losing, but because she feels that giving up because you have no talent stuff is prejudiced belief. I need to breathe for a second. Not long ago, a fan of Xinyan's named Yujin was invited to her place as a guest, but if Xinyan didn't open the door herself, Yujin would have thought that she had the wrong house. The house was a spick and span, the windows were clean, and the home ornaments were handmade and immaculately arranged. The cooktop was still moist, indicating that someone had been cooking not long before, and there was half-sewn clothes by the bedside that looked much like the decorations Xenian wore during her performance. While this was practically the room of some refined lady of reputable upbringing with nearly any spirit of rock and roll to be found, Xenian was quite worried that this fan of hers would find the difference between the impression of rock and roll and this reality too jarring. Unexpectedly, Eugen's support and fandom would only grow more intense after this. Aww. The way Xinyin sees it, many adults fail to realize their potential because they are tied down by prejudice, giving into fear and endless anxiety. They do not understand what life is about or where they are going. She wrote these thoughts in her songs, but invited scorn from the very same adults. Why does this brat know? Even so, Xinyan did not waver. After all, such mockery was born of prejudice toward her age, and if prejudice was something so easily overthrown, there would be no value in resisting, would there? She believes that rock and roll is like a seed. After every performance, some seeds might sprout within the heart of those adults who listen. When they wake up the next day, perhaps they might receive some inspiration, or perhaps a change of mood will come over them. Even if it only changes their thinking a little bit, perhaps they might find that the real life trouble they are facing Perhaps they might find that the real life troubles they are facing are nothing but a storm in a teacup. Of course, a few people other than her audience and the friends of rock would credit this to rock and roll, but people do nonetheless say this around the table after tea. Well, having a girl who plays rock and roll is pretty interesting, no? Whew. Xinyan's main instrument is a handmade guitar at a very unique design. She based it off the rock and roll instrument that were imported from Fontaine before adding additional modification based on personal understanding. For example, she mounted a crescent-shaped axe blade on the tail and the instrument so it might serve as a weapon in a pinch. She also connected it to her vision, allowing it to spew flames and spark. Its internals can also spew flame, all the better for it to self-destruct if it falls into the wrong hands, preventing its misuse. The list of modification goes on, and they are too numerous to count. The instrument is thus unique, and its sound profile is also special. Sorry, what do you mean these two modifications sound like they have nothing to do with music? Sounds like you two need to attend her performance. You'll understand then. Xinyan was someone who never fit in the Leeway Harbor, and she only found where she belonged when she encountered rock and roll. But because she lived in a land that had no place for rock and roll yet, she needed to be able to attract enough attention. She immersed herself in the world of music, looking for a way to move people's heart. She broke many an instrument and played till calluses formed on both hands, but still it was unsatisfactory. Who'd want to listen to this rocket? The Rotten Tomato reviews she received. Oh my gosh, the Rotten Tomato is an actual thing. Who'd have listened to this racket? The Rotten Tomato reviews she received were starting to get to her. She wondered if she would quit. Sitting on top of empty Tin Hung, she looked down on Leeway Harbor, but though the lights lit the streets and alleys of the harbor, they could not light the flame of the spirit of rock and roll. She considered leaving to go somewhere where rock and roll was appreciated, but would that not be running away? Would it not be a betrayal of rock and roll spirit of resistance? No, she would not leave. She would become a flame that could light Leeway Harbor up. She started experimenting with the use of fire to move people, adding sparks and explosions to her music, but this was no means feat for an ordinary person. Who knows how many times she must have to burn her fingers or blown her instrument up, but still she counted to practice every single day on top of empty Tin Hung, and perhaps it was what the gods themselves had great expectation of this new form of music that would soon grace the Seven Nation. But regardless, the boiling hot vision would be the final step of perfection. Xinyan dashed down the mountain and began her first rock and roll concert in Leeway Harbor. Thus did her musical journey begin, with showers of spark and explosions keeping time.
Xinyan's the name and rock and roll's the game. And I'm the only one who plays it in Leeway Harbor. Been thinking about staging concerts elsewhere lately, but... well, word is that you've been all over the place, traveler. So, what say you sign me up for your world tour? Anywhere's good. If there's fire in your soul, you gotta rock and roll. So come on, let's get moving. I just came up with an awesome new riff. Wanna hear it? Whatever's going on over there looks pretty rock and roll to me. Oh, it's really coming down. It'd be all sorts of bad if my guitar got wet. This rain ain't clearing anytime soon. but the show's still on, people. How do we attract more folks in this weather? Right. How about we stage a rock till you drop snowstorm endurance challenge? Gotta find some cover quick, or my hairdo's gonna fall apart. Morning. I was just warming my voice up. We're in real good shape today. All right, that's a wrap. If there's nothing else, I'll go take a nap somewhere. Almost about to go live over here. You coming? Me? Oh, I've got a guitar to maintain, tunes to rewrite. I mean, I just got off stage. There's no way I can sleep right now. Not afraid of me, are you? Some folks say I got eyes like knives, that I don't wear my clothes right, that I don't speak right. They give me a pretty wide berth, too. Really, can a girl sport her own style without being looked at like she's some weird creature out of who knows where? Rock and roll came to Liyue from Fontaine, so I guess you could call it a new thing. But it's not too hot around here. Most think it's an awful racket not fit for human ears. And that's why I appreciate everyone who does come listen. You want to hear me play? Come to the front. It sounds best from there. All right then. Coming at you from the one and only rock stage in Liyue. And here I was wondering why we got on so well. So you're not from this world, and that's why you don't care for its rules. Now that's how life should be like. Lose the red tape and live free. I'd sure love to add some extra flavor to my rock and roll. Want to get on the drums next time? You've got a good sense of rhythm. Well, you never played. Don't sweat it. It's a question of soul, not skill. Give it a go. I just know you'll be great. I'm guessing that I'm the only person in Teyvat who uses the fire from their vision in rock performances. Some say I should respect that power more. But the way I see it, the gods gave the vision to me, so they like my style, don't you think? I made this guitar myself, you know. Based it off a rock and roll instrument from Fontaine at first, but it stopped looking like the original real fast. I wanted to give it a rad name like the Alilyah, or the Jade Breaker, or the Hill Stiller. Still feels like we're missing something. Any ideas? You ever heard of opera? It's what those rich guys listen to at their banquets. It's all tenor this and falsetto that. Getting so uptight about music. Ugh, it's just not rock and roll. My favorite stage outfit's one I made by hand out of silk flowers. You must have seen those flowers before, haven't you? Passion red they are. A perfect match for my music. I have dinner at the One Mean restaurant often. If Xiangling's got some time on her hands, we'll chat till it's real late. Huh? You want to know what to order? See, I actually eat everything she makes. It's never the same thing, and the flavor's different each time, too. Oh, she's the rock star of the culinary world, she is. There was this one fella who invited me to perform at his place back when there weren't many who would give my music the time of day. I was touched, let me tell you what. Like, hey, someone gets it. I agreed right away. But when I got there, I found out that he was the consultant at the Wangsheng funeral parlor. Oh, what a weird guy. I mean, how was that appropriate? Oh, you know, the millilith used to get in my way all the time. Can't set up a stage here. Can't perform there. Oh, real bother it was. But after I wrote to the Ministry of Civil Affairs, I heard that the Tianquan amended one of Liyue's, Some rule or something? She designated some spots for performances to take place so long as you apply. It's still a load of trouble if you ask me. But it's better than being harangued by those millilith every time, so... Dr. Baju's prescriptions are the tops at preserving my voice. I did an impromptu performance for him as thanks, but the snake he keeps around his neck fainted away. Now it ducks up Dr. Baju's sleeve every time I'm around. I only discovered afterwards that snakes are very sensitive to vibrations. Her? She speaks her mind and has a big heart, and we get on great. The Crux's adventures are real epic. They've given me tons of inspiration in the past. I even wrote them a song. Nowadays, I just need to sing the first line and most all the sailors will join in. It's fast becoming a new sea shanty, it is. He's one interesting guy. He looks introverted enough, but there was this one time when he came to one of my performances. A friend brought him or something, and he had some words for me, but I couldn't hear him over the music. Before I knew it, he was right up there on the stage with me, singing and rocking his heart out. Guess you really can't judge a book by its cover. I have no clue what she's thinking going around looking all happy-clappy like that when she's the head of the Wangsheng funeral parlor. Always greets me cheerily, too, saying, I like people who play with fire. They're good for business, or something like that. She's a bit bizarre, I tell you. Tell you a secret, but you gotta keep it that way, you hear? She's real fond of rock and roll. Comes to watch me at least 3 times a week, no matter how packed her schedule is. You'd think that the head of the Huyu Tea House's troupe would be into finer arts and all, huh? But I guess it gets suffocating after a while.
The first time Ga Ming told me I had a bad case of rock and roll fever, I checked my forehead to see if he was right. My temperature was fine, so I denied it, but he insisted it was true. We went back and forth arguing about it for hours before I realized it was all just a misunderstanding. Ga Ming explained it was just another way to say you're a fan of something. Oh, there's never a dull moment when Ga Ming is around. Anyway, I've definitely come around to rock and roll fever as an expression. I'll have to work it into the lyrics next time I write a song.
You want to know more about me? Well, aren't you just odd? Most people would do just the opposite. Well, where should we start? I guess we'll start with rock and roll. Back when I was little, the adults all said I had to be more girly. That I should learn and study all these things. Wasn't ever any good at it, though. And I'd often get roasted bad. Rock and roll's a different story. No one ever taught me, but I can do it just fine. And of course, the adults say that's unladylike. Talk about prejudice. Say, do you notice anything different about me today? I did some facial massages to relax my mouth and eyes and practice smiling less broadly in front of a mirror for half an hour. So, how'd it go? Do I look a bit less fierce than usual? Even scarier. Okay. Thanks for staying to jam with me. It's almost time for lunch. I brought your share as well. We've got tomatoes, sausages, fried eggs, and... Say what? I don't seem like the type. Hey now, don't you look down on me. Making a nice looking meal was no problem at all. I believe in rock and roll's spirit of resistance, but I don't think it means that I have to go around shoving it in people's faces. I'm perfectly capable of living normally. I can sew, I can grow flowers and keep fish and make nice looking meals. I'm allowed to like anything or anyone I want, right? Hobbies? Rock and roll, of course. You ever have that something you put your all into? When everything you love comes together into one thing, the place and time loses all importance. You just need to enjoy it to the fullest and express yourself to your heart's content. I can never get enough of that feeling. I send children a-crying every time I accidentally lock eyes with them on the road. If only there was a way to make me look a little less scary. But I've tried everything and nothing sticks. The lunch down at the Alilyah dockyards rocks! Oily, meaty, bit skimpy on the vegetables, but I could never get tired of it. Oh, as far as I'm concerned, a whole day in the dockyards is worth it just for the lunch. Not that I'm picky, but I can't stand bland food. If it's supposed to be salty or spicy, make it salty or spicy. You can't have a good time if you don't go all in on the flavor. Even if all I had on hand were enough ingredients for one serving of jewelry soup, I'd make sure I'd do right by them. Wow-wee! You've rocked my socks off with this one. I'm moving to the groove of your awesome food. Mm-mm. The taste ain't bad, but it's lacking that special spark. I can help you with the presentation if you want. You don't mind if I add a little something to spice things up, do ya? Happy birthday! I made some embroidery especially for you. Check it out. I sewed both our images on in the style of Fontaine's dolls. It's pretty cute, huh? Why are you looking at me like that? What? It's not that weird that I can do embroidery. That's the groove, all right. That's what I'm talking about. I'm on fire lately. Look out for my next performance. With such power, who knows what never-before-seen bangers I'll be able to come up with. Thanks so much. My next work won't disappoint. Feel the beat. Power chord. Pyrotechnics. Time to rock. Shred till I'm dead. Amp it up. Time to celebrate. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, this rocks. Woohoo! Let me hear ya. That was just the intro. All right, that sounded kind of bad. I'm used to this much. Rockin' to the rescue. Hey now, don't rock till you drop. The beat's all messed. Didn't make it to the chorus. Went out of tune. Not cool. Hey, not the guitar. I'm taking the stage. Oh yeah, rock on. Let's jam.
Alright, so then it's the last one that has a long thing, and then everyone else will be like a quick skim until we get back, until again, we get to Cloud Retainer Navia. Alright, but real quick, because I'm about to end up reading, I'm taking a sip of my drink. Okay. So we're about to wrap things up. Okay. Benny's adventure team is an exception to the norm in the Adventures Guild Mondstadt's branch. Initially, the team mechanism requires at least 3 or 4 regular, and each team was set up to promote mutual support and prevent accidents. As for Vinny's adventure team, however, its only regular members has been Bennett himself. The lack of team members essentially has everything to do with Bennett's infamous bad luck. However, being the passionate adventurer he is, Bennett never feels lonely, well, maybe once or twice sometimes. The adventurer Jack was the first victim of Vinny's adventure team. Just a few feet away from the treasure, an extremely rare geoturbulence occurred, tearing the ground apart and opening a bottomless chasm for everyone's eyes. So close, yet so far like love. Jack only suffered minor injuries, but he was never the same as an adventurer. Thereafter, the event seemed to have left him with a broken heart. Another member, Royce, heard someone shout, "Hey yo," before losing consciousness in a huge explosion. The culprit, Clee, was sent to the confinement room for 7 days for mistaking the cave the adventurers were still exploring in for a giant rabbit hole and blowing it up. Hackler suffered from a severe bout of diarrhea for a week after joining the team, although it turned out to be food poisoning. He insisted it because of Bennett's bad luck. "They'll be back. They're just on leave. Please don't invalidate my team's registration with the guild." Seeing Bennett beg and plead before her eyes, Catherine sighed and decided to spare him the truth that his teammates had long jumped ship. Okay. There was once a predicament of incomprehensible comparable despair, a predicament that had all but swallowed an old adventurer. The scorching flames scalded his skin, the deafening thunder almost ruptured his eardrums, and the hollering winds threatened to rip his soul from him. At the end of his heckish journey, what awaited him was a baby. The old adventurer, though he was the first living thing to pass through this ordeal, but how could he explain what lay before him? And that moment hit him, and he believed it to be true. This baby must be a child abandoned by the world itself. Though there was no mighty artifact, jewelry, or gold, the old man's face did not seem disappointed in the slightest, for he regarded this baby whose life hung by a mere thread to be his treasure. "This child is what I was meant to find on this journey," and he thought as he took the baby into his arm. Even if what he was about to do opposed the will of the world itself, he was unafraid. The old adventurer died from severe injuries before being able to tell the story, leaving only the child he had saved. On his deathbed, he only managed 4 final words: will, adventure, and final treasure. Several single childless old adventurers in the Adventurers Guild in Mondstadt raised the child as their own and named him Bennett. Being raised by the guild, Bennett referred to everyone as Dad. "Dad, your dentures fell into the bowl. Dad, you should stop wearing that old leather armor. Where are the undergarments I bought you? Dad, it's raining. Better keep your distance from me so you don't get struck by lightning." Taking care of all his aging dads who have no family has taken up most of his time outside of adventuring. Dad certainly had found a treasure. Haha. Cyrus, the current guildmaster, laughed, giving Bennett a pat on the back. Though he's unlucky himself, he can at least try to bring luck to those he cares about. At least that's how Bennett feels. Bennett, the unlucky, still strives to find his own lucky treasure through his series of unfortunate events. Aww. Oz, the raven, Fish's familiar, said, "Bennett is the most tenacious young man in the world." Indeed, Bennett's share of bad luck throughout his life can be seen from his scars, old and new. Attacked by monsters, buried in collapsed ruins, falling from cliffs, a wealth of unfortunate events has taught Bennett how to deal with more of them in the future. Barbara, the deaconess of the Church of Favonius, was once surprised by how skilled Bennett is at treating dislocated joints. Another gift from his ordeal is his jaw-dropping talent for combat. "Look at his moves. Doesn't that hurt?" Grandmaster Varka the Knights was extremely intrigued after seeing Bennett in combat. It's not that Bennett doesn't feel pain. He has simply gotten used to it. He adapted to the pain as others would to pungent smells or blinding light. Therefore, the way Bennett dives into the battles held head-on without reservation has become a signature of his. What does death mean exactly? Always walking the thin line between life and death, Bennett can't help but wonder. Bennett knows that the old adventurers who saved him has left many praiseworthy stories and legends after his death. He knows that the adventurers will not have weeping as their funerals, only toasts made in their names by old comrades. He knows to the adventurers of Mondstadt a good death comes at the end of a life given to pursuit of treasure and the secrets of the world. Once over their soul is brought back to their homeland by Barbados. He once feared death, however, after pondering on this matter some more, he now feels death may be something fortunate for an adventurer. Not that fortunate has anything to do with him. On to the next treasure, and with that, Bennett puts his thinking business behind him. Whenever he suffers severe injuries such as fractures or excessive loss of blood, Bennett will go into the cathedral to seek treatment from Deaconess Barbara. "Sorry, it's me again," Bennett will say, scratching the back of his head. Barbara, however, would just shake her head, and with a let's deal with those scratches as well, she'll toss him some adhesive bandages. Such display of concern may be inadvertently, but they have a special place in Bennett's heart. He sticks those bandages on his wounds with the care of one pinning in metal to their chest before thanking her wholeheartedly. Bennett keeps many such bandages in his utility pouch when he goes on adventures. Once he gets from his dad's, from Barbara, from Catherine, and from adventurers he sometimes meets by chance after getting injured. These tiny tokens of goodwill form a tangible collection of fair fortune unique to Bennett. Well, since everyone's by my side, I guess I'm not that unlucky after all. Bennett's passion for adventure is unstoppable. He wants to constantly explore, challenge, and sweat it out, and eventually grow old on the adventure's path. But there was once when he met with a true crisis. Just as that old adventurer had so long ago, Bennett was in a predicament that would cause any other person to despair. Losing this much blood, not good, but Bennett did not stop. There's no reason to turn back, he thought. Somehow he just knew that all the agonizing misfortune he had suffered up to this point was for the sake of overcoming his precarious position. But at the end of his heckish journey, what he found at the end was nothing at all. Ha, returning empty-handed is part of an adventurer. I don't mind. At last, his tightly wounded emotions came loose, allowing his many injuries to rob him of his conscience, and he collapsed. When he reawakened, he found that his wounds had been cauterized by a mysterious flame, stopping both the bleeding and the pain. A jewel pulsed warmly in the palm of his hand, its rhythm in time with the heartbeat in his chest, the beating heart of an adventurer. This was not the mercy of the world, or the fate took pity on him. Rather, this was his final reward, one befitting a person with Bennett's burning passion.
This is your team? Cool. I like the vibe. I'm Bennett, leader of Benny's adventure team. Any chance we could team up? Please? Let's go find some treasure. No one's joined me on an adventure in ages. Come on, let's go. Good things come to those who don't wait around. That's what they say anyway. Knowing my luck, the opposite is probably true for me. It always rains when I go on an adventure. Don't stand too close to me, or you might get hit by lightning too. Weather is not bad today. Oh, crud. I jinxed it. Now it's bound to rain. Careful. In this kind of wind, it's easy to get hit in the head by flying rocks. Morning. Where's the adventure at today? I brought a sandwich. You want some? I'll give you Phew. Sorry. Nearly choked to death there. Hey, wanna go talk to my dads for a bit? They tell the best adventure stories. You're headed off? Cool. It was awesome adventuring with you. We should totally do it again. I'm the leader of Benny's adventure team. A rising star in the Mondstadt Adventurers Guild. Where are the others? They're all on leave right now. It's not as bad as you've heard. Everyone falls into a trapper's pit, or gets hit on the head by a falling tree now and then, right? You wish. Benny's adventure team has had no vacancies in ages. I mean, you must be spoiled for choice, right? Why'd you want to join the unluckiest adventurer alive anyway? From now on, I'll distract the monsters and set off the traps while you grab the treasure. Sound good? You don't like it? Oh, don't worry about me getting injured. It's what I'm best at. And for you, it would be my pleasure. I think I get why you teamed up with me now. It's 'cause we're the same, you and I. We both like that adrenaline rush you get from being in dangerous situations. That's what makes adventuring so addictive. Getting recognized by the gods was the last thing I expected, seeing as how I'm so unlucky all the time. But if the gods haven't given up on me, I guess that means I shouldn't give up on me either. Do you want to come and see the view of Mondstadt from above sometime? It's real pretty at night, when the city's all lit up and you can see the moon reflected on Cider Lake. Huh? From where? Well, there was this one time when I got picked up by a tornado and ended up on this cliff way up high. Not interested. Oh, okay then. Never mind. Getting recognized by the gods was the last thing I expected, seeing as how I'm so unlucky all the time. But if the gods haven't given up on me, I guess that means I shouldn't give up on me either. I actually quite like cabbage. It's not much to look at, but you can't imagine a world without it. You can grow it anywhere, it goes with everything, and the flavor never gets in the way. I don't know, there's something nice about being ordinary. She's the best singer and dancer out there. I always go to watch her in concert after an adventure goes south. It really lifts my mood, chanting along with all the other fans, cheering her on. It's really kind of magical. It's no wonder she's so popular. Boy, if I had even half her popularity as leader of my adventure team. She's a cute kid, but I have to keep my distance. Whenever she plays with me, her bombs always end up going off. It's not so much me I'm worried about. It would just be awful if something happened to Klee. The Knights of Favonius would never forgive me, that's for sure. Oh yeah, the Prinzessin der Verurteilung from the world beyond. She's amazing. I keep asking her if we could go adventuring in her home world together, but each time I bring it up, she sort of avoids the topic. She's probably just worried about my safety. Her home world sounds like a dangerous place for sure. I keep meaning to ask Master Jean for some help with the Mondstadt Adventurers Guild, but I don't know how to go about it. The guild doesn't have as many rules or regulations as the Knights of Favonius. The dads and I are pretty laid back about everything. Pretty sure that attitude wouldn't fly with Jean, though. I guess I should read up on the Knights' etiquette or something? He's my role model. Talk about team leaders. He's the Grand Master. Leads the whole darn Knights of Favonius. How incredible do you have to be to do that? Recently, though, I've been thinking that having a smaller adventure team isn't such a bad thing after all. I mean, if things got too busy in the team, I'd have no time to look after my dads in the guild, would I? Yeah, things are fine the way they are. Wolvendom guy. Looks a little on the feral side, doesn't talk much, but he's alright. We both love eating meat, so we got that in common. I sometimes cook some meat for him, and he teaches me how wolves communicate in return. You should join us next time. Oh, I know who you mean. The girl who's always charging around all over the place. She's always off adventuring in the wild, just like me. But if you ever see her near a cooking pot, you'll soon find a cloud of thick black smoke blowing in your direction, followed by the smell of burnt steak. Huh, maybe she was born unlucky too. Noelle's someone I've been watching for a while. She's really talented and extremely hardworking, but somehow she's still a maid. The Knights of Favonius still haven't made her a knight. It's a shame, don't you think? Boy, if she switched to the Adventurers Guild, she'd easily be one of the best there is. Oh, you want to know about me? I'm just your average adventurer. Except, I'm more unlucky than average. Anyway, I'm nothing compared to you. You're the star of all those legendary tales. What do I got to show for myself? The dads. That's how I refer to all the older adventurers in Mondstadt. Apparently, I was an orphan kid that they rescued from the most perilous situation ever. How cool is that? I have such terrible luck all the time, and yet I was rescued against the odds and survived all this time. It's a miracle if you ask me. Oh, you want to know about me? I'm just your average adventurer. Except, I'm more unlucky than average. Anyway, I'm nothing compared to you. You're the star of all those legendary tales. What do I got to show for myself? You've, noticed then. Yeah, Benny's adventure team has been me on my own for a long time now. Reason is, I have such bad luck that even the most benign of adventures end up turning into the adventure from hell, and no one wants to come with me. Do you feel the same way? I was born unlucky. That's just the way it is. And I've lived with it so long now that I'm just used to it. But you know what? Maybe it's a good thing. It means I know that whatever luck I do have left is gonna run out sooner rather than later. So I'd better make the most of my life while it lasts. You know, go on plenty of adventures, meet loads of people. I mean, if I didn't live like that, I may never have even met you. Can you imagine? Time flies. We've been a team for a while now, haven't we? Anyway, I have a dream I want to tell you about. Once the Mondstadt Adventurers Guild becomes the biggest branch in Tevat, I want to go adventuring all over the world. Benny's adventure team will be the greatest adventure team there ever was, because you and me are the greatest adventurers. Since when? I don't remember exactly when you signed on to Benny's adventure team. But whatever, it's just details, right? I like all kinds of things, but most of all, I like adventures. One day, I'm gonna find the most valuable treasure in the whole world, and then my dad's gonna have a better life, and the Mondstadt Adventurers Guild will be back in business. Huh. Well, if you really want to know, when I have a bad day, I feel a bit glum. Like, it sucks when I come back empty-handed from an adventure, or when one of my dad's old injuries starts acting up. But they're just small things, really. After a good night's sleep, I forget all about them. New day, new start. Meat! Meat is the best sustenance there is. Chicken mushroom skewers, steaks, and sweet madams are all my specialties. You won't go hungry if you come adventuring with me, that's for sure. You can't really afford to be picky as an adventurer. That said, I can't really handle spicy food. I find it hard to breathe after eating Dreyun chilies. Like the spice went right into my lungs. And there's no avoiding the diarrhea afterward. It's the devil's fruit, I say. Who knows where it came from? Whoa, lucky me! Oh, wait. Does that mean I just used all of my good luck for today? Literally everything you cook ends up tasting amazing. You're awesome. Oh, no. My stomach hurts. Happy birthday. Best of luck in the year ahead. Don't worry, bad luck isn't contagious. As long as I'm around, it'll be drawn to me and not you, so you're safe. I feel stronger in every sense. Just as unlucky as ever, though. I'm catching up with you, traveler. One step at a time. Wow, check out all this power. How can I repair you, though? Oh yeah! I know this domain where there's a priceless treasure hidden somewhere inside. Let's go hit it up! I feel stronger in every sense. Just as unlucky as ever, though. I'm catching up with you, traveler. One step at a time. Ha! Let's light it up! Get out of here! Huh? Take cover! Out of the way! Everybody stand back! I'm going in! Teamwork is dreamwork! Adventure time! Off we go! Now that's what I call treasure! Ah, even better than I imagined. It's my lucky day! Oh, it's a miracle! Shoot, I can't afford any more bandages. Don't worry, I got this. I always bounce back. Just watch me. You're in over your head. Let me try. Hey, pick on find someone your own size. Benny's adventure team, I have failed you. This is just my luck. Couldn't break the curse. Didn't see that coming. That's gonna hurt in the morning. Why do they never miss? You want me on your team? I won't hold you back. Much. Gonna be epic.
Alright. Just gonna skim a little bit. Okay, and I'll leave it off on Ningguang. Make real quick. Alright, so I'll leave off at Ningguang. Okay. With the time, I'm gonna go ahead and use my artifact resin. I'll change the title to just voice lines, cause since I didn't get to level up characters, cause I didn't realize how many old characters I didn't do voice lines for. I thought it was only gonna be like 4 or 5. What do I want to farm? You know what? Let's try my luck for this. It's fast, easy, and I need something for Lynette anyway. If I get maidens, just no matter if it's, unless it's like double, just burn it. Okay, so we're gonna put speed on, so...
Conquering demons is what I do.
Wish me luck.
Yeah, this is pretty much my speed team. Okay, hold on. Blue screen. Alright, let's quickly burn through my resin, and then I'll just call it here for now.
I'll protect us.
Free!
Dodge this!
I got carried.
Frostbite! Windblade! Lament! Worthless! Worthless! Here! Worthless!
Have a little taste.
Worthless!
Over here. Blink.
Disappear!
Oh, now you've got me worked up. Let's dance.
Freeze! Oh, so sorry. Useless! Disappear! Worthless! Here! Worthless! Worthless! Here!
Come on, please give me Verdescent Attack Sand or Onset Cup. Or Crit Circlet. Crit Circlet, Crit Circlet, Crit Circlet. Oh, healing. Okay, we're burning that. We're burning that. We're burning that. That's a burner piece. Not keeping that. So healing bonus.
Are you here to play with me?
Free! Free!
Let the show begin.
Windblade! Lament! Worthless! Here! Worthless! Here! Worthless!
Free!
Worthless! What's the frostbite? Dodge this! Disappear!
I'll protect us.
Disappear! Here!
Over here!
Worthless!
Oh, that's where she went.
Shut it! Worthless!
Go!
I'm desperate. If it can hit crit, if it hits crit, I'll keep it. Cause the one I have on Lynette is going so horribly wrong. But if it does not, I'm not keeping it.
What's the hurry? Freeze! Wind blade!
Let the show begin.
Oh, so sorry. Dodge this! Freeze! Boring! With the wind! Cool it! Lament!
Over here!
Worthless! Here! Boring! No
Let's
escape!
dance! Ready, steady, go!
This moment will be frozen in time. Disappear! Boring! No escape! Prepare yourself.
I'll protect us.
Leaving so soon. Dodge this. Wind blade.
I literally have another one similar to that. Yeah, no. I'll burn it into this one. That one's dead. Alright. Please, 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 please. No! Why? If that does not hit crit at 16, I'm burning it. Please, please, please. No. Okay, burner piece, burner piece, burner piece. Okay, I'm gonna have to claim Zhao. Zhao's the luck. Zhao's the luck. Okay, it was HP, attack, and flat. HP, attack, and flat.
Another day of dues.
Freeze! With the wind! Freeze!
Let's dance.
Freeze! Windblade! Don't get frostbite! Useless! Boring! Disappear! Worthless! 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 Here! Worthless! Disappear! Dodge this! Freeze! This moment will be frozen in time.
Let me amuse myself a little.
Cool it! Windblade! Freeze!
Over here.
Cool it!
The merrier. The systems shine.
I need to look at my Barbara's healing bonus. This is one of the downsides why I didn't want to farm this. Oh, that's still a pretty good one.
There you are, eavesdropper.
Freeze! I got careless. Windblade!
Let the show begin.
Useless! Evil conquering! Here! Worthless! Have a little taste! Worthless! Here! Pick the wrong subject. With the wind! Don't get frostbite. What's the coolant?
Oh, now you've got me worked up.
Freeze! Freeze! Disappear! You can't run from
Come on, we can do it. I'll protect us.
The more
cool it!
merrier.
Windblade! Disappear! Here! Worthless! Here! Worthless!